Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, March the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. Yes, yes. Thank you. All right. So, market was up quite a bit this morning. It's starting to fade a little bit. We're still in positive territory. So, again, we'll have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. So let's take a look at some of the things that are happening this morning. EXN mining play out of Canada. EXN is up huge, 85%, 5 million shares, 5.4 million shares, 25 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. Don't see any specific news on it other than maybe just mining stocks are going to be the ones today. That crazy little HYMC, which had a crazy 3 days, really. 3 days ago, it did this. Got up to 142, closed down at $1.01. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, it got all the way back down to 62 cents. Yesterday, it pops up to 152, and it's kind of holding that high right now. The 200-day, the 200-day is right above it. So, have to wait and see another mining company out of Canada. I'm sorry, not out of Canada. Tilly's, TLYS, earnings play. Gap down on earnings. Big gap down, 22%. Look at that. So, let's see. The low in the pre-market was about 862. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. That's a big gap down. I wish this were sort of near an all-time low, but it's not really. So, just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. DocQ, this is one definitely to keep an eye on. This is an earnings play. DocQ, for it's a little more expensive, but boy, it's basing right here. It's down 16%. A lot of volume already, 1 million. It's big float, but this has the sort of the signs that, once this market opens, it's not going to stay here. We know that. 200-day moving average, or the VWAP, is 77.86. So anyway, this is definitely one to keep an eye on, DocQ. Yeah, Real mentioned lazy. I did see lazy. There's a reason I didn't. Yes. It's through the 200-day moving average, 2093. 200-day moving average, so it is through that. I couldn't see any news on it. It moved after hours, so there must have been something happening after hours. So March 10th pre-market. So, okay, so I guess, I don't know, is this a delayed reaction? Because I'm looking here, it says reported quarterly sales of 322, which missed the consensus of 322. Well, my goodness. It missed by 0.09%. So I don't know, maybe this is just a delayed reaction. Because it appeared that maybe they released after hours instead of pre-market yesterday. LGVN is another earnings play, gapping down. LGVN, been an active one last little while. LGVN gapping down on earnings. Alto gapping up on earnings. ALTO gapping up on earnings. Released earnings after hours, 742 was the high. So this is really choppy. Really, really choppy. They got all the way down here. Actually, basically got flat and it popped up. So this is a tough one. 69 million in the float. Tough one to trade right now anyway. Now Riven, no shorts. What's wrong with IB in this one? I know I had shorts a few weeks ago. Anyway, Riven, so they did what we thought they would do. So they released earnings after hours and missed projections. PZG had gapped up, a little gold play, just underneath $1 now. There's a 200-day, so it's over the 200-day. The VWAP is above it, but it's up 25%. Lots and lots of volume, 13 million shares. Again, I don't see any news. Might be just that these gold mining stocks look like they're the ones that are going to be in play right now. The small float, low float energy plays that we've been following for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, they're not doing anything other than moving down. KLXE, which is one of them, KLXE, but this is actually an earnings play. Actually an earnings play also, so wow, 24%, 141,000 shares traded, 9 million in the float. Genie, Geni, is an earnings play. Is gapping up a bit. Looks to me like there's a lot of resistance not that far away around the 570 mark. And then ASTS also was gapping up a lot, 10%, lots of volume, almost 1 million shares right now. And don't see any news on it for today. I'm just always scanning these headlines. Now, interestingly, to me anyway, this ACMR, remember this one yesterday, ACMR? Now, I actually didn't know. I mean, this has been in the news a lot, of course, with the SEC trying to clamp down on these China stocks for accounting issues, shall we say. So YUMC, BGNE, ZLab, and HCM, those were targeted, but also ACMR. Now, I had no idea, because I'm looking at the country flag here. It looks like it's a U.S. company, but obviously it's controlled. If you look who's controlling it, obviously people from China. So anyway, that was also targeted. That was the reason, because I couldn't find any news on this. This was the main reason, I guess, why it was collapsing yesterday. Now, today, so ACM Research committed to NASDAQ listing, confident in meeting SEC rules, okay? So they're looking to, they're getting a new auditor, trying to get a new auditor, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, so that is causing this one to bounce a little bit, ACMR, and let's see if it holds. If it could hold, I mean, the high yesterday was 69.25. I mean, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick an alert up in that area, say 69.46, see if I can take it out. And obviously if it can, then there's room for it to keep running on that news. But I had no idea this was a China stock yesterday. There are some other ones that were moving. CLSD. Actually, this is an earnings play. Okay, so this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours. You know, I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. I mean, it's 47 million in the float. It's traded a lot, 1.9 million already. To me, it looks like there could be a lot of resistance around that 2 level. So remains to be seen. Of course, if it can take out 2, then it might still have a bit of a run. But that is CLSD. AT&T. A little bit of a move for it. I'm just looking at some of the ones. JKS, Jinko Solar. Of course, this is another China stock. Like so many China stocks got just hammered yesterday. So it is now just above the 200-day moving average. JKS. Yeah, I don't see an earnings release for them. April 21st. We have April 21st. I don't see. I see guidance I'm not sure that is this, well, let's take a look. 9 o'clock. So I don't know if this is just a projection ahead of the actual earnings release on the 21st. All right, 9/11. So I'm going to check to see what the analysts have got in store for us today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Okay. Yeah, we've got a pretty big list of upgrades, not quite as big a list of downgrades, so let's get some of them in. This is from briefing.com. A couple of upgrades for VTR from Bank of America and BMO. Take a look at that chart when I get this list done. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. I'm just going to take a look at VTR. A couple of upgrades for VTR this morning. Yeah, so in our YouTube room, so knowing the upgrades or downgrades, it helps get a sense of the initial direction of the stock, or is there more? I mean, listen, these are analyst opinions, right? So, I mean, I do this because I've been doing this for years, putting in the upgrades and downgrades. Sometimes, you know, one of you may have one of these stocks in your portfolio, so you can look, oh, okay, got an upgrade or a downgrade. Most of the time, on the day of, it doesn't really make that much difference. Sometimes, though, when you say a Goldman upgrade or a downgrade, it can make a difference that day. So it's just a matter, taking a look. Like the VTR, as I noticed, had a couple of upgrades this morning. When I say a couple, I mean, two different analysts upgraded VTR for whatever reason. Now, I don't go into, all I see is upgrades and downgrades. I don't see the reasoning behind it. I don't see anything. It's just purely kind of news, if you will. Okay? So it's not a matter of when you see an upgrade and I post an upgrade here, this is not my opinion that it's going to go up, or a downgrade that it's going to go down. If all of a sudden the stock starts plummeting and I can remember, oh yeah, that got a downgrade this morning. Or if it's soaring higher, the same sort of thing. But it's not an absolute by any stretch. Sometimes I'll see maybe a trend though. You might see a lot of upgrades for the airlines. If I saw UAL and Delta and JetBlue and a bunch of upgrades in a sector by different analysts, okay, then you can maybe start to take a look that day. But there's no absolute. There's certainly no absolute. When you see an upgrade or a downgrade, it doesn't mean that A, it's going to move that day. So for instance, I'm seeing a couple of downgrades for DOCU. Of course, DOCU has earnings today. And unfortunately, I cannot post those upgrades and downgrades in YouTube, okay? It doesn't allow me to post a list like that, so. Okay, so again, now I'm just looking to see if anything else is sneaking into my gap up or gap downs. EQ&R. EQ&R is weakening. EQ&R. So it looks like the energy plays as we speak are not going to be the big sector today. 916. Let's take a look at the sectors. My guess is, of course, energy is not going to be 100% up. So let's take a look at the sector status. These are the main. And there you go. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. That number, that 90% in red, what that is telling you and telling us is that 90% of the stocks are down from yesterday's close in this sector. So right now, and many days it's an all or nothing. In other words, we see all of them up or all of them down. Okay, so it's not quite all of them down, but many days it's either 100% up or 100% down. So consequently, all those low float, crazy little energy plays, nothing happening with them right now other than moving down. So let's see what the top sectors are. So financials right now, as we speak, 90% of them are up. Tech, 84%. Communications, 91%. So, obviously the market is in for a positive open. Healthcare, 78%. Consumer staples, 90%. So on and on and on. So this is giving you a bit of a glimpse, certainly at the open, of what might happen. Now, we could look at this 15 minutes from now, half an hour from now, and it could flip. If all of a sudden the market has a big sell-off, probably what would be happening is that maybe energy would be moving higher, okay, and everything else would be moving lower. So, but again, this is a glimpse of what the market's going to look like on the open. SLH, I did see that one also. Or was that was an upgrade? Yeah, that's right. That was an upgrade. See, SHLS. And it's also an earnings play, okay? It's an earnings play. I didn't really see it because the volume is too low, but I do see it's in the upgrade list, SHLS. On the daily chart, looks like there are a couple of highs around 1808 or so that could, so it's got some room. Obviously, the volume will pick up. I mean, it's they released earnings after hours. Really, no big reaction. And it's in the semis or semi sector. So a couple other little ones that I did not talk about. LBPS. And the reason I don't is because I kind of look at these daily charts and think, okay, much more can they go? Especially it's a UK stock, so when it trades, it obviously probably trades on the foot. I think this is a UK stock. Yeah, it trades on the FTSE, so probably. So how much more can this go? I mean, that's more the issue. If I saw a massive void, maybe up to the $6 level, great. Obviously, I had some news. Actually, they filed for a mixed shelf, so they look like they want to raise some money, and that's LBPS. And I did talk about the clear side, CLSD. Again, 2 may be a real problem to get through. Our little agriculture slash seed stocks are not doing well today. Arcadia, Agri, that was the big one from yesterday. Where they got all the way up to 520. And good morning to all you YouTubers. Yeah, I hate to burst your balloon there, Real, but there are no shorts available for us, for Riven. Unless you're looking for a bounce. Again, this ACMR is intriguing. See how well this gets defended. And there are shorts available for this one, so see how well this gets defended by the company, or how well their defense. I mean, it's up 3%. Not very much volume. Another one I didn't really talk about is this Smtg. Let's see. It's got some room. And 172 is the high of a couple of days ago. It's at 149 now, 150 now. So it's got about 20 odd cents to hit that high. It's a low float. It's not really in an exciting sector. Meanwhile, EXN is starting to fade here. Not shortable for me. Starting to fade. 226 down to 148. I mean, the only news I see on Lazy, I mean, it had earnings on the 10th, pre-market, or I don't know. I honestly, I don't know what to make of this right now. I do see that Truist Securities maintain coverage with a hold and a target of 24. I mean, maybe that's the reason. It's through the 200-day moving average. And talking about Lazy. Let me back this out to see if we had any reaction whatsoever. I don't see any reaction whatsoever to its earnings. So I'm wondering if that's correct, if they actually released here after hours. At any rate, this is what I'm looking at, okay? This is for Lazy, coverage hold, and a target of 24. Well, it's interesting because I don't see that in Interactive Brokers, the headline. But it seems obvious to me that they probably released here, okay? I mean, just looking at that after hours action, I just don't see any headline for it in internet. Let's check our news. Yeah, okay. So look, our news. I think what the problem is with IB is that I have to scroll down. Okay, so that puts a stamp on it. It is an earnings play after hours, and some analysts has put a $24 price target on it. Okay. GFA is from our YouTube room. GFAI. Let's take a look at that. I haven't seen this on the. Okay. No question. I mean, I just don't see these because I don't. My minimum in all my scans is $1. But yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of these little sub $1 plays just absolutely ripping. I mean, that's look at the volume, 16 million. It's not a pink sheet stock, okay. Thailand. I don't think I've ever seen a stock out of Thailand. But yeah, I mean, if it takes out $1, that'll get other people interested in, like people like myself who don't trade stocks under $1. I mean, it did hit a few days ago. Well, a few days ago. What day is this? Let's see. That's January 14th. So about 2 months ago, it did hit 219. So yeah, I mean, keep an eye on it. I guess on a dollar break. I'll put an alert, say $1.06. See if it takes that out at some point. So that is thank you for that one, Rob. That's from our YouTube room. Give me a moment, please. Okay, let's see. Under 2 minutes to the open. Jinko is, so this China stock, again, they got hammered yesterday, like a lot of China stocks. JKS, nice little bounce here. And I think those China EVs were having a bounce also, little bounce. NIO, XPEV, and LI. The LGVN, man, LGVN really starting to give it up. Is this an all-time low now for LGVN? Almost, getting close. Earnings play, just getting hammered here. $28,000 shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I bet you those will get snapped up pretty soon. All right, half a minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Exciting as always. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I wish I'd taken this short though, LGVN. All right, 2, 1, blast off. We're now open, guys. So let's see what happens here. Well, guys, remember NTRA, which is a wild one. It's gapping down right now. NTRA early though. Now this one PSO, I didn't mention this one. I think this is they're looking at a buyout. Um, I think think I think this is some kind of a potential buyout for PSO. Yeah, look at some of these China stocks now. I don't know. I'm going to doubt that these. Oh, this is actually an earnings play. March 11th pre-market. I didn't realize that. FUTU is actually an earnings play. And LZ got halted right off the bat. LZ got halted right off the bat. It's an earnings play, March 10th, post-market, so got halted. MGLD. Yeah, I guess yesterday. The Marigold, what do they do? Financial, food, security, beauty, you name it, they got it. Oh man. Okay, see, this is what can happen, guys. I mean, I was bemoaning the fact I couldn't get a short. Well, I didn't try to get a short on LGVN. Now I would have traded it out, no question. But then it pops right back up. So what can happen in the first 15 minutes? Things can be so whippy. So that's typically why I do not trade in the first 15. Well, the exception I make sometimes is if I get something on my 10-day daily breakdown and it's at an all-time low, which hasn't happened yet. So let's take a look at the market. So Dow's up, SPY's up, NASA's up. There's that first candle. Let's see if we can hold. Market is fading a little bit from the highs. So we'll see if we can hold here. All right, well, here's one. ARCC. Why is this showing up, this ST? Why do I care? ARCC just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown through the 200-day moving average again. It's early. It's a little bit early. How much volume? Good volume. And also YMM just showed up. 680. Okay, YMM. Ooh, all-time low. All-time low. YMM. Is it an earnings play? No, it's a China. I couldn't get it. Could not get it. Where I wanted it anyway. And that's the YMM. Okay, guys, there's your GFAI. Over $1 now. You can thank Rob from our YouTube room for pointing that one out. I never would have seen it because my scans don't. I have a minimum of all my scans of $1, so I would not have seen this one. So let's see. I mean, what sort of room does this have now? $1.28. Looks like the next high looking left, or is that $1.08? So $1.08 and then $1.28. Damn. Well, I couldn't get the YMM. Yeah, I have no idea. I can't remember why I sent an alert for ESTE. You know, it's funny because I went in at 660, 667, and it's not down 10%. There's tons of shares available. They just wouldn't fill me, and I held it there for a while. Don't know why. That's the YMMs. This is what I'm talking about, guys, right there. The only exception I make, taking something a little bit early, is if it's an all-time low also. And you can see right there, I just couldn't get a fill. Interesting. Whereas the ARCC is not an all-time low. You know, I mean, it's actually way above. So it doesn't mean I won't short this later on in the day. It just means I don't like taking it early. It's getting interesting. I mean, the longer it holds under 20, yeah, look at HYMC. Crazy one. Don't often see a chart that looks like this, guys. All right, here's our answer for ACMR. They're trying to defend it, saying, hey, we'll change accounting firms. But look what's happening now for ACMR. Wow. Not very much volume, though. That's the issue. Probably the spread. Actually, the spread isn't terrible. I mean, for a $61 stock. But that's why I remember this one yesterday because the float was so low for that price of a stock, 13 million. So this is the type of stuff that can happen. No, boy, another. Wow, look at this one. DIDI. Wow. Remember this one, guys? Big fanfare. Huge players behind this one. When this went public, DIDI, an absolute catastrophe. All right, keeping an eye on the HYMC, see if it gets back into the 90s. It maybe has a shot to get through too. Yeah, there's your halt now for GFAI. And look at the volume. Man, oh man, look at the volume. Guys, 39 million, 13 in the float, 13, 20, 39 million traded, 14 in the float. Great call by Rob in our YouTube room. Let's take a look at MGLD again. Yeah, it looks like this was from yesterday. So what did it get to this morning? When I say yesterday, and I don't remember it. I don't remember it at all. So it's either one of two things. Without checking my IPO list, it's either they're starting to trade under this symbol. It was another symbol before, which leads me to believe that's the case. Because when you look at this, the position, the lifetime range is 34%. This looks like an IPO. You would think, well, this has got to be an all-time high. So it's, well, let's take a look at the news. So it's an uplisting, yeah. So it's an uplisting. All right, LZ got halted and then resumed. Another earnings play. Boy, it's got some room too. LZ's got some room. The next high looking left is about 1343. So it's got some room. Ah, man, oh man, anybody get that? That's the great one, guys. I mean, 680 down to 640. That's a great percentage move. YMM. Anybody get it? I don't understand why they wouldn't fill me. Gonna write my congressman. But seriously, I don't have any idea why they didn't fill me. It's not down 10%. Was it down 10% yesterday? That might be it. It might have been down 10% yesterday, and so that uptick rule is still in effect. Just to appeal to the Americans. And the majority of people in the room are Americans, U.S. citizens, all right? We're all Americans, not all. But you guys have usurped the term American, even though we're all on the North American continent. But I digress. Queb guys, KWEB. Oh, look at this. This is an all-time low now. KWEB, this is the China Internet or whatever, Internet ETF. So, okay, guys, China stocks being pummeled. Wow, look at that ACMR. Lost sight of it. Look at ACMR. ACMR, look at this plunge. All right, so these China stocks are getting hammered again. Well, let's see. On this halt, there's no real clue where it's going to open. I mean, it says 122, 122, so really no big clue where this is going to open. If this is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open in about 15 seconds, okay? This will open in 15 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. And let's see if that happens. Because it was halted right at 9:39. So 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! Didn't move. So moved a little bit down. So no big pop on that open. Again, guys, what you're seeing here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, this is what I'm doing. I've got to put an alert. What's the high over here? Is 128. What did it get to? It got to 123. Stick an alert at the high here and see if it takes it out again and starts to run. So low, fairly low float. So and now Diddy is showing up in that in my 10-day daily breakdown. But I bet you I can't get it. 28% down. Tons of shorts available. 113 million shorts available. Now the China stock. All right, so this is now turning into a gap up and reverse. The SHLS turning into a gap up and reverse for a while anyway. All right, guys. Well, BEKE, actually, this was up in the pre-market. BEKE was actually up in the pre-market, and now it's just giving it up, and it's an all-time low. BEKE is an all-time low now. Not going to show up. This would show up in my 10-day daily breakdown if the relative volume got up to 8. So right now it's a little bit light. It's still high, but it's a little bit light. Really interested in this Queb here, Queb. All right, there's the GFAI. LZ could halt again. Legal zoom, yeah, this has got, well, it's getting into that area right here. 1341 is the next high looking left. Well, I had problems getting YMM, and it might be because it was down 10% yesterday also, okay? So that was my problem with YMM. Wow, here's another one. I mean, you know, the market's up, but it seems like everything is falling. You know, the things I'm seeing anyway. The things are just falling. RLX, another one, another all-time low. All right, guys, let's see if GFI AI can run from here. There's that high, 128. It just takes out that 128, and then the next one is 125. So that's it. So 143. So yeah, Mike, I mean, GFAI would have shown up on mine also. Any sort of a pre-market actives list or gap scanner, whatever you want in the pre-market, it would have shown up for me. Just that I don't have stocks under $1 in my list. All right, guy. Well, you asked. Sorry, I should be talking. I mean, Queb is something that I was able to short. So just to answer your question, I'm not having any. Didn't have a difficulty shorting Queb. YMM, but I think it's because it was down 10% yesterday. So now KWeb can be very whippy, so I've got to be careful on it. But this is kind of maybe a proxy for shorting a lot of China stocks. Oh man, I'm kicking myself for just not paying way more attention to ACMR. I mean, this is unbelievable. All right, CFA, I can take out that 120. I'm in this one, guys. I've just been watching it carefully, GFAI. at around 120, 124. So I'm just hoping it can take out that 128. Maybe get up to the 140. This is just as kind of a scalp for me. Okay, just watching Queb to see if it can look at, well, I mean, again, sort of a proxy of shorting China stocks. Okay, there's Billy. Oh boy, this is really, again, you guys saw this on the breaking down right there, okay? There was the alert at 25.86. And so when I looked at it and I saw, oh, okay, this is an all-time low. It's not going to show up here on my 10-day daily breakdown, even though it is a 10-day daily breakdown because of the relative volume. But sometimes, but you know, I was looking, all these China stocks are really weakening. So again, you're looking to short China. Not loving the way GFAI is trading right now. Basically, yeah, I'm out of it, guys. I took a small loss in the GFAI. What I'm going to do on it is put an alert at 130 and see if it takes it out later on. Oh, man. You know, I mean, the market's still up. Everything is still up, but for you know, everything I'm seeing, of course, maybe it's because all these China stocks are, but Bumble is not a China stock. So Bumble had earnings a couple of days ago, looked good, but it is really giving it up. Bumble, BMBL, not a China stock. I know it's. I want to make sure it's not maybe controlled by China. Okay, so GFAI is back up. Again, I'm not going to lose sight of it. I have my alert set in case it does happen, but right now I'm all eyes on Queb, KWEB for me. All right, I've covered some, guys. Yeah, I've just covered some in that 33, 34 level. Okay, so I've covered some of the Queb. GFAI is looking good again. I didn't like that though. I mean, you always run the risk, you know. This is, remember, a sub-dollar stock. I don't want to see what happened with the HYMC a couple of days ago when it soared higher, then it closed. It just sold completely off. Wow, short China, guys. I mean, this is I haven't seen William today. Bumble, BMBL. So, I mean, it's broken down the low of 2 days ago. It's, remember, earnings play. It was really good. But it's just giving it up now. Again, look at this. I mean, these are all China. Well, Bumble isn't, but China stocks, NIO, Queb, Billy, PDD, Queb. Queb meaning KWEB, in case you're wondering. Okay, now the market's putting in it's a mild red bar, but we're getting a bit of a sell-off. NAS is now negative. Okay, NAS is negative. Dow's still up. SPY is still up, but I mean, your theme today is shorting China again, guys. QFIN, like yesterday. I mean, okay, well, are you going to do it now? Let's take a look at GFAI. Well, I mean, the selling is really picking up on the China stocks, guys. JD, FUTU is an earnings play. Look at this. I mean, it had earnings gapped up a little bit after hour or pre-market. And now just giving it up. FUTU. Oh, man. CPNG, another one. Massive sell-off on China. Well, can Queb take out 25? I mean, that... All right, how is Zach's MGLD doing? MG... Very well. I think you talked about it right around here for us. That's a tremendous percentage increase. Wow. Whoa, man. Now look at this one, guys. So FUTU, yeah, there are tons of shorts available. The problem is it may be hard to get because it was down 10% yesterday. But here, here's your alert: 27.34, 25.54 right now. QFIN is another China stock. 1360, 1354 right now. This is not a China stock. Typically no shorts available for me with this ISPO. How did this ARC do? Yeah, so not a China stock, so forget about it. But YMM, China stock, wow. So again, this is one of the ones I'm sharing, the 10-day daily breakdown. All right, guys, wow, just look at TCOM, another China stock. I'm pretty sure this is the Trip Group. Yeah, TCOM, another China stock. Big sell-off. Okay, guys, I've covered most of my KWeb now. Don't want to take any chances of it having a bounce. So I'm out most of the K-Web now. Boy, Bumble just, sell off. What a sell off for Bumble, BMBL. And look at the market now. And your LZ is a gap down and reverse. You're looking to short this one, right? Well, I mean at some point, but right now this is a 1486 is the next high looking left for LZ. Well, because they're all going down. Why China stocks? Because there's a massive sell-off. If you're wondering why, I mean, I don't know if it's now more widespread, but there's all this controversy about China stocks being delisted, accounting practices not recognized by the U.S., etc. So that's what hit. I mean, that kind of news has been out for probably a year now, but it hit hard yesterday for some specific securities like YUMC, the ACMR. But now, I mean, just look at KWEB. That again, I call it a proxy for shorting the China market. So you just have to look at it. Look what's happening. But individual stocks are just moving down. CPNG, Billy, TCOM. I don't know if there's a geopolitical. I mean, there could always be geopolitical reasons, of course, but it may be more about delisting the stocks on the U.S. exchanges. All right, guys. TM India Car Company and 2730. Oh, it's through. So it's through the 200-day moving average now, and it's up for the day. But yeah, not liking that GFAI. I mean, maybe later. I mean, I'll still have my alert set. I think we'll stick it up here for that 130. Maybe later on, but right now. Well, bye-bye to, as we speak anyway, bye-bye to all these low float energy plays that were ripping 3 days ago, up to 3 days ago. They're all falling. And look at the market now. The NAS is negative, SPY is negative, Dow is slightly up. I'm just waiting. I have a little bit of the quick K-Web left. Just waiting to see if it can break down through 25. Another one, I mean, GDS, another China stock. They're all looking like this, but again, I'm glad I found this one. I'd known about Queb. It showed up, I think, maybe this day or this day on the 10-day daily breakdown. I hadn't really paid much attention to it. I think I traded it that day. It was a little bit whippy. This is not whippy today. Not yet, anyway. Well, talk about whip. Look at Fossil, guys. Fossil earnings play yesterday. Got all the way up today, 946, right back down to 895. FOSL. And there's the YUMC. Again, the YUMC was one of the ones that was targeted. There was YUMC, BGNE, ZLab, ZLab, ACMR, and HCM. Let's take a look at HCM. See if HCM. I'm sure HCM HCM is not doing well either. Again, targeted by the SEC for accounting practices. So, Eyes, do you have trade ideas? Just out of curiosity. You're asking how is the energy sector? Do you have trade ideas? Oh, okay. It's okay. I mean, it's a free room and all that. But, when you ask a question like that, and if you had trade ideas, of course, I would say, well, just go to your dock channel bar and click on the sector status. And so, I mean, energy is still, when we've looked at it, was about 10% of them, only 90% of them were down. So there's a little bit of a mild rally. But remember, remember tech was at around 90%, now it's at 63%. Communications was 90%, now it's at 58%. See how this can change? Industrials are good though. Industrials, I think, are hanging tough. Again, these percentages, what they mean, the number of stocks, 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So that's what that percentage means. Another one, JD. JD. But again, sticking with KWeb for a while now, instead of trying to find an individual China stock, is short China with KWeb. I'm surprised I got it. I got it easily too because it was obviously down more than 10% yesterday, but was no issue getting it. Well, that has been a play for the last couple of weeks, Nico. Take a look at some of the, like Mosaic. But some of the, there's Mosaic as an example. But we were, like these real low float ones. It's not doing well today, but Agri, soared yesterday. Some of the RKDA, but these are not, established companies. But you can see what they did yesterday. Seeds, fertilizers. Wow, look at KWEB. Can you take out 25? Boy, this breaking down in volume. Look at this. Even though the market was up, nothing was breaking up on volume. Nothing that met my filter requirements. Nothing. Yeah, IPI is another one. Okay, CPNG, I mean, if I were looking at an individual, so the low is 1782, and then the next low over here is 1661 for CPNG. So I will stick an alert at that low, create a price alert and see if it takes it out. And right now, all my two eyes, all eyes for me on the Queb. See if it really takes out 25. I have some left, not much, but I have some left to see if it takes out 25. Well, again, ACMR, that fell on deaf ears, really. I mean, it had a nice pop in the pre-market. Company saying, okay, we'll change auditors, we'll try to comply, etc. But you know, even though it's a U.S. flag, this is basically a China company, ACMR. Okay, David, I see your post. You know, I mean, listen, guys, I mean, all I'm doing is I'm watching this, all these China stocks, and I'm just watching Queb. Just watching Queb. And there, okay, I mean, if I wanted to, but you know what? There's probably no reason for me to take an individual stock. Just stick with the Queb. Well, David, at least you figured it out. Good for you. Okay, guys, I mean, the GFAI, man, needs some volume to pop it through this 128. And right there is the high looking left is 128. After that, it is I'm sorry, that's 125 is there. After that, it's 143. I mean, if it somehow can blast through all that, I mean, then you 218. So, I mean, there is potential still. Okay, it looks like it wants to now. Maybe, guys, GFAI. I did not take it again, though. I'm just a little leery of it, to be honest, just because it came from, I mean, it's up 137%. Doesn't mean it can't go up 200% today, but I mean, you want to see whip? Look at HYMC today. Look how whippy this one has been. See, a topping tail got all the way up to 196. Bottoming tail all the way down to 135. And now, so, you know, this is what can happen with these ones that really came from sub dollars not that long ago. So, the problem is to make money on a GFAI, you've got to take a few shares. You know, because we can't expect it to run like $1 or $2. So you've got to take a few shares, and consequently, where are you going to put your stop? Yeah, I didn't take this one, but I mean, did he? Look at how many shares available. 112 million shares available to short interactive brokers. I think you guys remember this. I mean, this is Yeah, I mean this was the Uber slash Lyft of China. And if you check this IPO, which happened June of last year, check the names behind it. Huge names behind it. I believe Goldman, probably Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, but some huge names behind this one. Complete egg on their faces. I mean, this is just a disaster. All right, now I'll start to look at some of my continuation plays, my gap continuation plays, and see if there's anything interesting happening there. Of course, this is a gap down and go. I cannot short this one. There are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Another China stock, Zito. My goodness, Zito. ZTO. Well, Diddy is what was billed as or championed as the Uber of China. DIDI. But again, if you go back and you check out who was behind it, I mean, it was huge names behind this one. Of course, they had a big float, $4 billion in the float. So, all right. Well, Queb did take out. Again, I don't have that much left, but I have enough left that if it keeps moving down, there's nothing holding it. It's a lifetime low. So as long as these China stocks keep selling off. Wow, BEKE now. Threatening 10. I mean, another China stock. Threatening 10. So, I know I say this every day, but if you won't short, I can't help you. Now, if you can't short because your broker won't allow it, or you have some kind of an account that doesn't allow it, fine. But if you won't short for psychological reasons, I cannot help you. Give me a moment as I pour the last bit of my coffee. Actually, what's the relative volume now for Queb? Yeah, I mean it's only 2.7, and again it would have. But look at the other China stocks: YMM, Diddy, FUTU, and QFIN. FUTU, I mean 27.34, 25.70. All right, guys. Well, LU? Am I sure? I'm not sure. No, I'm only in Queb right now. Yeah, another one. No, I'm only in Queb right now. KWeb. What did you miss? China, TRD. China being hammered. I mean, just look at all these China stocks here on the breaking down in volume. I mean, look at them all. As I said, I mean, I could be short all these different stocks, all these different China stocks, if I had paid a little more attention. But to me, there's no. Well, I mean, if you can, if I can pick one, and it moves the way Queb did, that's fine for me. I don't have to then concentrate on a few of them. Okay, guys. Wow, 10:21. So, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Let me just get to my homepage. I'll answer your question in a second from our YouTube room. How to open the sector. Just give me a moment. I just want to paste in. Yeah, just not no shorts available for me for the Riven. I would have loved to have shorted Riven, not at the outset, but at some point. But there's no shorts at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so the question was, how did I open the sector files? So from our toolbar, just click on New, okay, and then docked channel bar, and then click on sector status, one of the channels, okay? And that'll open the major sectors. These are the major sectors. See how energy now is getting a little bit stronger, because when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, only 10% of them were up from yesterday's close. Now we're at 31%. So the energy, there's a trend right now. Whereas technology, which was at 90%, is only at 50%. Communications was 90%, only 44%. So again, as I said, you can when we look at this 10 minutes before the market opens, that gives you a glimpse of what may happen when the market opens. But 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, half an hour later, everything could be different. So lazy is actually now a 10-day daily breakout, holding the not quite an all-time high. Okay, so what is trade idea? Well, first of all, I got to over my homepage. Sorry. Got ahead of myself there. So if you click on my link, I don't know if you call MGLD an IPO. It's an uplisting to NASDAQ. So I'm not sure you can actually call it an IPO. All right, when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So you want to take out a subscription right here. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So apply that 15% discount to the premium. That takes it down to what, $1,700. Takes this down to $850. You don't have to, and the big difference, right now there's only one that is doing not bad, and that's lazy, guys, so keep an eye on the lazy. There's only one in the AI. That's the big difference, though, between the premium and standard. You don't have to go on annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If at any time you want to upgrade, though, to an annual, we'll honor the 15% discount. So do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product. Okay, because you have to check, the terms and conditions of getting a refund. All right, we have 3 free sections here. The Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. We've had 2 great ones in a row. I'll take a look at them when I finish my blurb about trade ideas. Stock of the Day video that I do at noon, and all the education is here. Okay, we have a great user guide. We have sections within the user guide. You want a little more information about stock racing, etc. I know it's becoming popular. Take a look at this. It has some videos there, some text. It really explains it well. You want to have a lot more detail about alert windows and top list windows and our single stock window, etc. When I say a lot more detail, I'll show you what I mean. You can also, this is a full table of, this is a table of contents, all searchable. So what I would do though, if you're just starting out, is I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons because this covers all of the basic features really quickly. Okay? If you want to dive in though and get a lot more detail about top lists and all, go to the user guide. Can you chart trade by, yes you can, Ichimoka. Okay, yes you can. I'm gonna put a link in about Brokerage Plus in a bit. Daily support session. So today is Friday. I think Andy's on vacation this week, so probably I bet you it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. I take a break at noon, and so one of the other traders takes over. On Friday, usually it's Andy, but I believe he's on vacation this week, so it's probably going to be Chris. Chris is also hosts the YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over there if you want. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, if you're new to trading, great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? And last but not least, my scans. So if you want my scans, of course you have to be a subscriber. You know, so the breaking up and down in volume, which was, it looks like this. Look at this, guys. I mean, even though the market was up quite a bit this morning, nothing meeting the filter requirements on the breaking up. That just got to tell you something. And again, that is the breaking up and down on volume. And a lot of the other scans, of course, that I am sharing. So you can pick and choose which ones you can take a look at them all. Don't load them all though and make them all part of your layout. You'll have way too many. So kind of pick and choose. So these two sections, a lot of information, my scans and education. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay, so we had a question in our YouTube room about using interactive brokers and using your charts to trade. So yes, you can do that. I'm going to put in a link here. Okay, so there's your link for Brokerage Plus, and there are two videos. The short video shows you how you connect to your IB account, and then you can trade using Trade Ideas, using this window from within Trade Ideas, okay? And then the longer video shows you, it goes into a lot more detail. So what are we? We're a scanner. Okay, guys, I've covered all my K-Web. Okay, I'm all out of the K-Web. It broke down through 25, and now it just was starting to approach 25, so I'm all out of my K-Web. My guess, wow, look at Zito though. I mean, this one is just getting crushed. ZTO, getting crushed. Wow. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner. So I showed you that I am sharing a lot of my scans. We also have a lot of scans up here. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels, okay? All theme-based channels. So, for instance, if I click on the Momentum channel, where are you? Momentum channel. So what you'll see here, this is a layout, the Momentum channel layout and individual scans. So if you liked something, and by liking it, first thing you should do is take like an alert window, you right click, configure, summary. And that'll tell you what it's looking for. Same with my scans. You right click, configure, summary. It'll tell you what the scan is looking for. So you can see as far as momentum, these are the key ones. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% are normal. 5 minutes, 400% are normal. So that usually when you get an alert, usually you'll see a spike in volume and usually an associated price increase. So this is looking for a momentum. Now, as always, if you didn't like something, in other words, you didn't like the price range, you just click on the icon and you can make a change. So if you wanted it between 10 and 100, as an example, click on summary, you see how it is now changed. I can say okay. So now, at this point, if you wanted this scan, first of all, you don't have to make any changes if you don't want to, of course, but if you wanted to make some changes to it, same with mine. Now, if you made your change, now you can save it to the cloud. Okay, you save it to the cloud. Why am I saying that? Because now if you go to another channel, go to the short squeeze channel as an example. Okay, and you see these, you thought, wow, okay, maybe I'd like to have this one also. Save it to the cloud. So the concept here is that you go to the different channels, all these theme-based channels, and you start seeing what they're looking for. If you saw something you like, you save it to the cloud. Then you can load from the cloud all the scans that you saved. You load them one by one, and thereby creating a layout of your own. You save your layout, give it a name and all that, and you've created a layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Okay? That was not shortable for me. I'm just looking here, MGLD not shortable, which is typical. Again, this is an uplisting, so this is not what I call an IPO. Meanwhile, FUTU is just getting absolutely crushed here also. Boy, look at these 10-day daily breakdowns. One of the scans I'm sharing, guys. Now let's take a look at Tilly's. Tilly's may not be dynamic enough compared to the other ones. That's the issue I have with it. Even though it's a fairly low float, 23 million in the float, 22 times normal in terms of its trading, it's an earnings play. It just may not be dynamic enough. You know, when you've got all these China stocks that are going crazy. So I've covered my scans. I've covered how you can get scans from our toolbar, all the different channels. Of course, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can do that. Wow, too bad I'm not in the Queb anymore, but it is starting to move down again. Why? Look at all these China stocks, guys. Look at all, they're all China stocks. This is a don't repeat version of what you're seeing here, okay? So for instance, when I look at FUTU, this is the first time I had an alert for it at 9:47. And the alert was at 27:36. This is the don't repeat. You can see right here, every time these stocks make a new low, you'll see it. And it's all real time. But I like to go back. I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, great, I had an alert. What did it do from there? And you can just see, I mean, China, 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 maybe not blink, China, 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 and China. So I mean, these are all these China stocks. And I just wanted to see, yeah, all these Russian stocks are still halted. In almost 2 weeks now. So if you want to build your own scans, you right click on an alert window, configure, and click on search. So what we did as a company is we said, look, most people don't want to know how to, or don't want to learn a programming language. Okay, most people don't want to learn a programming language. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters when you come to these icons that for the majority of our thousands of customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? So no programming language to learn. But please do not get hung up on all the alerts and filters that we have. And I know I repeat myself every single day, but it's amazing how many people send emails saying, your program's too hard. How am I going to learn all those alerts and filters? Well, you don't have to. Okay, we have a lot of them because, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel, for the majority of our customers, they can combine them, pick and choose what they want to create a scan if they want to create their own scans. Okay? So do not get hung up on how many we've got. All right, a little pause in the action. I'm not getting any new alerts right now. A little pause in the action, as I said. Now, at some point, you would anticipate maybe a bit of a bounce in these China stocks, but where that's going to happen, I don't know. Okay, I see why you mentioned LU. I think, anyway, why you mentioned LU. You're looking at a potential bounce. I mean, that's on your bounce plays, Zach. All right, now let's talk a little bit about our AI. Not very active right now. There's only one profitable one. And what we're going to be doing with the AI, guys, we're revamping it. You'll notice here, you're going to click on Dock Channel Bar. Now, I don't know if this is presented the same way for you guys yet, but Holly AI, that's all it's going to say, Holly AI. And you might go, hey, wait a minute, there were more alerts. There were more alerts than this one. Well, what we're doing, and think about it. Obviously, the AI is not infallible. Now, this is not going to please those of you who want to auto trade, okay? I can't help you. You want to auto trade, that's up to you. Don't agree with it, okay? But really what's happening here, it's like a curated list from the AI. You can call it cherry picking, you can call it anything you want. But to me, it's no different from you're having a watch list, and that's what the AI is. It's a watch list. Sure, the strategies or the alerts that come from it, they're from strategies that have been optimized for today, but of course they're not all going to work. So why not just concentrate on the ones that work? Not unlike any, if you have your own watch list, why would, and you had a watch list and you were looking for stocks making, another new high for the day, why would you concentrate on anything from your watch list that are making lows and not working? So what we're trying to do is we're going to get everybody just to focus on the ones that are working. And again, for those of you who want to auto trade, that won't be for you, but we don't agree with auto trading, so can't help you there. I mean, it'd be like, here's a watch list right here for me. Do they all work? Of course not. Okay, so why would I concentrate on something? In fact, what I'd love to see happen is, some of the ones that are not working just disappear. And again, gets you to focus. All we're trying to do is getting people to focus on the ones that are working. And when you do get an alert, you have an entry, you have a stop. Okay, how you trade it will be up to you. So here's that lazy. It's an earnings play. So what I would do, again, I'm not sure if maybe somebody can help me here. I don't know if this is available. I think this is now the way it is. So if you click on Holly AI, this is what I would do. Now, I mean, you could, if you wanted to, keep this window open all day, this layout open all day. You know what? This is what I would do. Because this is really all you want to concentrate on right there, okay? And then what I would do is I would right click, duplicate into a free floating window. So now you've got it free floating, and then save this as part of your layout. So you don't have to open the channel every day. Just save this as part of your layout, and then Monday morning when you open Trade Ideas, as long as you do it before 9:30, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? So I mean, if you want, you can have this open all day, but I just wouldn't do it that way. Just focus on what's working. And that, I'm telling you, is probably going to squash, the whole idea of auto trading the AI. Okay, now this window here, Brokerage Plus. This window here, as in the big blue window. I know I put the link in before, but I'll just talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus, and then I can move on and start looking for other trades. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. First of all, only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, not available, number one, okay? Number two, when you see it, you see Brokerage Plus, and underneath it says Live and Simulation, Sim. When you click on this link, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you how you can connect if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you have an IB or E-Trade account. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use it. Now, Chris, who will be, I think it's probably going to be Chris, but even if it's Andy, I think Andy's on vacation though, but if it's Chris, he's way more of an expert at using Brokerage Plus than I am. So he'll be there probably at noon. I'm going to confirm that. So in our YouTube room. So if you want a lot more information about using this, Chris is your man. Now, but listen very carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. We just happen to have this option/feature that's available if you have an IB or E-Trade account. But even if you have one, it's not mandatory to use. Now, the second way to use this, again, if you're new to trading, I would really recommend that you practice trading first. Do not commit money to the market until you practice trading. We've got a great simulator here. You just click on Sim. Notice right now it says not connected. I'm going to click on Sim, and then it's going to say select account. Click on that, and then simulated trading default. Now I can practice trading, all right? And it's using our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker actually. It's using our real-time data. So if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, that's okay. But you do want to practice, get our standard subscription, and then you can practice trading. And it's so simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want, the price you want. And if you're going to buy it, you click buy. If you're going to short it, you click sell. Couldn't be simpler. The other thing is you can practice swing trading here. If I take a trade and I don't exit it by the end of the day, then it'll you know, it'll follow through to the next day. So you can practice swing trading here also. Let's take a look at this GFAI as an example, okay? I'm going to buy 500 shares. Yeah, I mean, okay, Timothy. So if you click on New from the toolbar, and then Docked Channel Bar, and then click on, I think now it just says Holly AI, okay? So there's no more Neo 2.0, Grail, etc. You click on Holly AI, and all you're going to see now are the ones, even though there were more alerts, you're only going to see the ones that are making money. Okay, to focus on very short lists now. So it's like a curated list from the list of the ones that are profitable. Okay, to get you to focus on this. And then all you have to do, what I would do, I mean, you can have this window open all day if you want, but I think that's a waste of screen space. I would just save this to the cloud. You know, right click, duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, and here it is now. And then save this as part of your layout. So you don't have to open this every day. That's all you should be focusing on. Instead of looking at all the ones that, you know, I don't know how many alerts. I'm not even going to look at, say, how many alerts we've got today. Okay, so again, this is throwing a monkey wrench into those of you who want to auto trade. I can't help you. You want to auto trade? You know my position on auto trading anything, but can't help you. So we're just trying to get people to focus on the ones that are working and forget about the rest of them. Okay? So I was going to show you how you can take the GFAI, but then notice that it's dropping. Not that it matters. This would have been in the simulator. Man, oh man, I mean, amazing. Ain't nothing on the breaking up with on volume. Nothing. I mean, it's not like the market is trash today. It's not like we're down 1,000 points. Not one stock in this scan here. All right. Well, this is, I mean, it's coming back. It came back, but be careful on this one because it can be extremely whippy. But there's the HYMC guys. Obviously, very, very whippy at the beginning. It got up to 2, and then it got all the way back down to $1.30. I mean, so you got to be awfully careful. But there it goes. I mean, it is moving, and the volume is pretty good. I mean, it's tapered off a bit, but it is still pretty good. 104 million, so it is going to easily, 60 million. My guess is it'll trade the float probably 3 times today. That would have to trade 180 million today. I'm sure it'll trade 180 million. So if you're in this one, if you did take this one, your next level. It looks like 244 on the weekly chart is the next level you should be concerned with if you did take this one. I'm just looking at the weekly chart. There's the next high looking left, 244. All right, guys, give me. Yeah, so Noro, you're going to have to watch that video, okay? Okay, please watch the video. It goes into a lot of things like that. Like the stop loss below the day low. You know what? I mean, if you can hang around, because I'm not a big expert on you know those sort of orders. If you can hang on for an hour, Chris will be. I think it's going to be Chris in the YouTube room. He could probably show you a lot better than I can. Okay. Oh, okay. You want to order? Okay, okay. I can show you how to do that, Noro. Okay. So for instance, if you wanted to take an order, a buy above the price. Okay, I can show you how to do that. So let's just say for argument's sake, HYMC, and you wanted to take this trade if it broke. Well, let's just say 220. Okay, so you pick how many shares you want. Let's do 300. In this, both these boxes here, price and stop. Don't ask me why. Just do it. Okay. People ask, well, why do you have to do it that way? I don't know. All I know is it works. So now when I click the buy button, you're going to see a blue line on the chart. It'll appear, of course, you won't see it here because it's above that price, but you see a blue line there we are. See on the monthly chart? Okay, so this is a conditional buy order. So if it hit 220, it'll take the order. It'll take the trade. See how I did that? You pick how many shares. And in both boxes, put that price that you want to take the trade at. And so it might execute it right at 220. Now, the same the other way. If you wanted to take it on a pullback, if you say you wanted to take it on a pullback to 175, you just do the same thing. You put 175 in both boxes, click the buy button, and you would have seen a blue line right here. Okay? Now, as far as a one-click strategy goes, there may be, I don't know. Yeah, well, I don't think there would be because you have to put the price in. So I don't think there'd be a one-click. But you see what I'm doing. First of all, I mean, I don't know how new a trader you are, but I mean, you shouldn't be doing this for like 5 or 10 stocks, right? So to me, it's just easy enough to do it manually. So are you talking about in our sector status, Nathaniel? Are you talking about in our sector status channel? Well, you just have to do a search. I mean, a ETF, okay, you could do a Google search. It depends on the ETF. I mean, if you're talking about these guys right here, as an example, or sector status. So the question is, what stocks make up a sector? So obviously right here, these are the stocks that make it up. I can just scroll down to the bottom here. These are the stocks that make up this sector, XLE. These are the ones that make up XLRE. So, I mean, this is easy enough to find. These are the stocks that make up these sectors. Okay, so I think that just to show you what happened, it took the trade. Should have taken the trade. Okay, so you see it took the trade. So now, of course, you can manage the trade. So outside of trade ideas, I mean, you'd have to know the sector, and I'm sure, I mean, I don't know the website exactly, but I mean, you just do a sector search. Yeah, I mean, let's see if that works though. I'm not sure that works because, for instance, for XLE, Yeah, this is not what is XLE as an example. These are just so Yahoo Finance. I'm sure will. I mean, it depends on the sector. If you just want to see the sectors that we've got now, I know we do have a sector ETF race. Let's see if ETF racing, but I don't think this is going to show you the stocks that make up. Yeah, it's not. It's just going to show you. So it's not going to show you what stocks make it up. So probably Yahoo Finance is as good as any to go, and you'll get a list of the stocks that make up. But what I would do is I would just say, okay, I'm interested in say TAN, TAN. What stocks make up TAN? Just do a Google search on sector TAN, and I'm sure there'd be a list somewhere. This is somebody in our YouTube room, so yeah, so I can't post it in the YouTube room, unfortunately. Posting in YouTube is a real problem. So the answer is no. But I mean, the person can go and find it. I mean, it's not that hard. Just do. But thank you for that anyway. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back, and so lazy actually. I mean, this is from the 10-day daily breakout, and it is starting to work, and I believe it's an AI alert also. So it is starting to see, focus on the one, focus on it. Yeah, FinViz will do that also in terms of sectors and all. Cala, yeah. Well, wasn't Cala an earnings play yesterday? March. Oh no, I'm sorry, it was not. I thought it was. There was another one that was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, look at Cala, man. I mean, another sub $1 stock. There must have been news here on that day. We have the 17th, but regardless, I mean, this is not an earnings play anyway. I mean, this something happened here. I recall seeing it. Yeah, so TRD, we're going to stop that though. I mean, it's crazy. We've got like 7 to 8 hours of YouTube streaming every day, and it's crazy. Who would watch that? Maybe the first hour we should have, and that's about it. Here's one that is trying to bounce actually. LGVN is trying to a little bit of a bounce here. Yeah, so GFAI is a mess now. This is the. I'm not saying it can't come back later on, but I mean this could easily do the sub $1 again, and then next week it could pull an HYMC and pop up and. All right, now I got to start looking at some of your bounce plays, Zach, as the market is leveling out here. NCNO, ooh, that's already bounced. All right, ERJ, I mean, this bounce from your 1065, a little bit of a bounce. Might want to look at Alto. Look at Alto. It is an earnings play. It is trying to come back. Nice base here, and a pop through 6. What's the 69 million in the float? It's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours, and at one point, I mean, this stock was way up here at 740. So there could be a tug to that direction. Even here though, 647. So maybe a break over 6. I'm going to put an alert around 601 and see if it takes it out. I mean, this at least it held. It didn't go negative, or actually, yeah, it actually went negative, but is coming back. But there was a lot of enthusiasm for this one after hours yesterday, and even in the pre-market, it was up to 7. LGVN, so that's the reason for their their move here. Trying to come back after, I mean, again, they released, no, they did not. They released pre-market, so the market clobbered them on the way down. But now Zach's is putting, not Zach in our room, but .com, putting a $20 price target on them. Fox A, let's take a look at Fox A from Real. Fox A on the reversal list, okay? Well, let's see. Yesterday's high was 40.73, so that could stall it. Okay, getting some reversals now. You know, a little late now, but getting some reversals. This TTM though continues down. TTM, mentioned this one earlier. TTM continues down. India Car Company, the low yesterday was, and it's through the 200-day now. The low yesterday was just underneath 26, about 25.85. Boy, CPNG, no bounce for CPNG really. I mean, maybe look at a 5, but no really big bounce for CPNG. Queb is still weak. I'm not in it anymore, but it is still weak. KWeb, call it KWeb. Yeah, I didn't see that in time, the NCNO, but the next one, I got to make sure actually that, yeah, I still have my sound alert on it, okay. All right, there is the GFAI, now back down under $1. Now, listen, it could come back later on in the day. I mean, it could, but to me, it looks like this is done. 135, hit 135. So this is the news, okay? Why? After the company agreed to acquire this company for $10 million. Okay, so there was some news. Meanwhile, I haven't even looked at these halts resumed. So Vine was halted on the way up, now halted and it was resumed. East, what's to do with East here? Yeah, another low price one. 88 cents yesterday, up to 128. Probably fall back down underneath $1 again. All right, guys, I am now back. Well, it may be coming into a support area for, well, way down here at 4. It's almost an all-time low for LU. Okay, here's the other one, guys, that was sort of singled out yesterday. HCM, as far as the SEC is concerned. HCM was singled out yesterday, along with ACMR, ZLab, BGNE, and YUMC. Singled out in violation, SEC accounting, or SEC after them for accounting practices. Now, there could have been other ones, but that was what I read this morning. Ooh, look at this, guys. Look at this red bar right there on the SPY. China, oh, what's this one? ASTS. It's not China, but I don't think it's China anyway. ASTS. So yeah, look at this. I mean, in the pre-market, it got up to $10, almost $11. Market opens, kersplat. All right, HYMC right back up. Boy, look at that bottoming tail though. Not an easy one, this HYMC, but now 244 looks like that is the next high looking left on the monthly chart, and that should probably correspond to that weekly chart high also. So 244 is your next level. If I can get through that, then 263. Oh man, I still wish I had some of that K-Web. Oh. Yeah, there it goes. I mean, look at this. K-Web, K-Web, K-Web. First alert, 2586. All right. You don't need to trade very much, guys, you know. I mean, if you get into one and can hold, I mean, that can make your day. Yeah, wow, HYMC. Oh, man. So these are hotkeys, guys. I'm just going to flatten with my position here. This is in the simulator. I'm just going to flatten it, and that gets me out of the trade. Okay? So what this is telling me is that if I got out right at the very, very top here, it was a good exit. If I got out at the very, very top here at 255, I would have made $91. Okay, that's what this is telling me. Where I exited was $68. That's what that's telling me. The distance from the exit price at this point, what you'd want to see, this is why I like to have these three columns here. I mean, these numbers aren't obviously great, but I mean, I took 300 shares just to show you how you can do it. But the distance from the exit price, this will tell you, okay, where I exited, where is it now? And that's telling me right now it's 5 cents underneath where I exited, which is what you'd want, right? You know, if you get out of something, you hope it collapses after you get out of it. So these are three good columns to have, and that'll give you a bit of an idea about how good or bad are you managing your trades. So one thing to take a trade, you know, to buy it. Another thing is when to sell. All right, Grub, you're talking about takeover chatter. Okay, so what's the next high looking left? 668. So I know you're looking at this as a potential short. Okay, well there's your Grub going down now. So that's why, you know, with the GFAI, even though, you know, I've soured on it right now, but out of nowhere, if this takes out $1 again, I remember this happening with a couple of those other sub $1 stocks, where it looked like that was it, and then out of nowhere, later on in the day, he pop up. So you know what? I'm stick an alert over $1, number one, so that you know it's over $1 again. And again, that can get the enthusiasm back. So that's all I'm going to do. Stick an alert for 111. And see if later on it can come back. I mean, it's still up 76%. So you would have to expect a lot of profit taking. You know, I mean, if you were holding this stock, you know, over these months, and all of a sudden you wake up to, hey, you know, this, you've got to be taking a lot of profit out and thanking, because I mean, at one point this stock was up here, 440. The short 4%, yeah. I mean, that's one of those crazy numbers, right? That's what the provider says. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's a crazy percent. How can it be more than 100%? Naked shorting, etc. So don't ask me to explain, but every now and then that you're going to see something like that. All right, guys, Alto, it could have a bit of a run now because, I mean, look, the high here was 651. The high after hours was 774, 745 or so. It is an earnings play and is trying to come back. I haven't looked at I haven't looked at GME for a long time. What is GME? Whoa, underneath 100. Okay. And what about DWAC? I saw DWAC in the pre-market had a little bit of a pop. I mean, to me, it was just a rehash of the news saying, yeah, we're going to launch March. This is what I saw in the pre-market. Okay, traders circulating. Trump's Truth Social will be fully functional by March, CEO says. All right, there's your news. Okay, guys, give me a moment here. I have a sound alert. I'm not sure where it's coming from. What time is it? 11:24. Oh, right. My poor little, wow, Grub, I mean, is still strong. Strong. With his takeover, with his. So you're talking about this? Grub and inner, whatever? So that's the news. You're talking about a takeover, though. Okay, guys, so I just verified that it will be Chris in the YouTube room at noon today instead of Andy. Andy's on vacation. So if you've got a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, Chris is definitely your man. He's a real expert at using Brokerage Plus. So you can save them up for noon, about half an hour from now when I take my break. All right, guys. I know I said to keep an eye on this one, so here it is. It is now over $1 again. GFAI. Let's see if there's any volume coming in. Excuse me. Yeah, it was a sweet bounce off the scan actually. 1674. China stock. I don't see a lot of bounces in the China stocks yet, but because I'm looking at KWEB as sort of my go-to for seeing anything bouncing in the China stocks, and nothing is really, but HCM, yeah, a little bit of a bounce. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, here's another one just making it into the breaking down on volume. Is this a China stock? LEU? No, the answer is no. Where are they out of? Maryland, okay. So this is making it into, and it's an earnings play. Didn't really see it. I mean, you really didn't do much in pre-market. Did pop up, and now it's making its way down. LEU. Do not do it, Neil. Do not do it. Okay. Do not trade out of boredom. All right, I'm continuing to watch this GFAI, see if it can hold this one level and get some volume and pop it up. If this gets up to 105 or something, I'll probably take the trade and with a dollar stop on it, not a $1, a 5-cent stop. You call this boring, Harvey? Well, I don't know what to say. You got a ton of China stocks. Maybe if you're looking to go long, maybe it's a little boring, but oh, I see, for longs. Well, okay. Y'all is doing fine, Ryan. Well, keep an eye on the GFAI, guys. The longer it holds over a dollar, it might do something silly, but Mentioned TTM a little earlier, continuing its way down, TTM. Well, I wouldn't be looking at too many China bounces yet. I mean, look at this. I mean, KWEB keeps making a new low after a new low. So I mean, there may be the odd China bounce, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this is just. I'm not in it anymore. Too bad, but did okay on it. Here's another one, guys. YY. This is Singapore, so yeah, market falling a little bit. Dow is, positive. SPY is down. NAS is down, so yeah, okay. I'm going to forget about the GFAI. Well, utilities, of course, that is sort of the flight to quote unquote safety, with dividend stocks. That's kind of the theory behind it. New to the room. Now, let me see if I can, I'm going to call you Amadeus, okay? I know that's not quite the spelling, but I'm going to call you Amadeus. Welcome. Are you new to Trade Ideas also? Yeah, it's correct? Okay, great. Are you new to Trade Ideas also, or just new to the room? So you've got Trade Ideas, okay? How long have you been a member of Trade Ideas? The reason I ask is that I share a lot of scans. You might want to take a look at them. All right, well, listen, what I'll do is you can take a look. Sounds like you're an experienced user, but I will give you my homepage link. You too, Neil. I'm glad you didn't trade out of boredom. So when you click, whoops, just a second here. So when you click on that link, okay, the homepage link, my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. Now, you may not interest you at all, but if you click here, you'll see the scans that I am sharing. All right, this grub is getting a little more interesting as a potential short, guys. So the high was 684. In fact, All right, we'll see. I've taken a little short on this, pretty tight stop, so 670 on the short. We'll see what happens, see if it breaks down a little bit more. If not, I'm out of it, and I'm taking my break pretty soon, about 20 minutes from now. So I'm just going to wait to see if it has any sort of a breakdown. That came from Zach's or topping tail or topping play from Zach. And it may not work, but I've got my stop set, so okay, just waiting on this grub to see if it moves down. If it moves up, I'm out. I'm just going to get out of the trade. How many shorts? Not that many shorts available, actually. Which is good. Not too many. I'm sorry, that's bad. Only 42,000 in IB. Not bad, but it's... Guys, I've been mentioning this alto. It's just kind of inching its way up. ALTO. All right, that booted me out, guys. So I'm out of the grub short. I may look at it again, but... Well, this has been a... I mean, keep an eye on lazy. I mean, it's an AI alert, yes. It's also showing up in my 10-day daily breakout. Really not doing too much. I mean, it's up 23%. So, I mean, that obviously a huge gap. But right now, so what I do is probably stick an alert around 22.22 and see if it takes that out later on some volume, and maybe that gets it moving again. After hours high was way up here, so it's way like $1. After hours high was around 23.22. So grub is not stopped as far as I know. Not trading very much, but I don't think it's stopped. Oh, me got stopped. Oh, I see. You got stopped. Well, I can always get back in. Obviously, I was in at 670 on the short. I wanted it to drop immediately. I don't want to see it take out those highs, but I can always get back in. Oh, I see. You're not short grub. Have you missed? Nope. We've done nothing in the room, William. Nothing. Zip. The word of the day is China. Short China. That was my play for today, was K-Web. Not in it, unfortunately, anymore, but yeah, short the China stocks. All right, guys, Alto is interesting. Again, the high today was 653, but the high after hours was 740. It is an earnings play, so it should still be active. Volume is tapering off a bit, but holding over 6. Meanwhile, wow, YUMC, LI. So you're long grub right now still. Okay, interesting. I would have thought you'd be wanting to short this one. The bottom tails are good. Yeah, I had to do that all by myself, William, on the opening. All right, guys, it is now 11:43, so again, I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. Chris will be in the YouTube room. You got a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, etc. He is your man for sure. Boy, this YUMC. Breaking down now through that whole number 39. One of the ones that was targeted yesterday by the SEC. And what do we have left? 37.63. So that is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Yeah, at least 1 minute. Exactly. Everybody's got a job in the room. That's your job. You guys are talking about Oracle. I haven't. It's out of my price range, but let's take a look at Oracle. Well, it says they released March 10th post-market, so that was yesterday. That's what they say. That's what we have anyway. Well, I've had 3 good trades to talk about, guys. I'm trying to do in my videos now. Kind of the theme is what makes this trade great. What makes this trade great. So I've had 2. I started doing this. It's going to be my the tagline, the hook, if you will. Get people interested in the videos I'm doing, and we had 2 good ones, and now I've got another one, KWeb, and it's it's all about China, in this particular case. So, what was my reasoning for taking KWeb? So, Kevin, yeah, they do have, okay, IB charges, I believe, half a cent a share, okay? They do have what they call IB Lite. If you're in the States, I think, got to get a verification of this. I know that I think that we can actually connect now. Connecting meaning that when you click on an alert, it'll attach your IB Lite account. Before we couldn't, but I know we're working with IB pretty closely now. So, but I'd have to get a verification of that. Give me a moment here. I just want to ask that question. Okay, so that is correct. Okay, so you can connect. I'm getting the word here. You know what? Chris will be in the YouTube room in about 13 minutes, okay, Kevin? So he's the person I'm asking. However, he does say yes and then should be able to. So you can ask him. Okay? So IB Lite is their free commission structure. I don't, it's not available in Canada, number one, so I can't use it. Somebody actually said, though, that they don't offer time and sales, something like that. So I would never use it. If they don't have time and sales, I'll always stick with IB, like IB Pro, whatever they call it. You tried, no luck? There might be a trick, okay, real? There might be a trick. Just answering the question now, real. I mean, this is a sort of a late developing issue for us, being able to externally link to IB Lite. So I'm just asking, is there a trick, you know, with the system and with administration mode? Maybe there's some rule that you have to do. I don't know. So Chris will be in the YouTube room though, so I'm sure he'll answer that question. I know you're not gonna go there, but yeah, but we're getting around that with the API. Okay, we're getting around that. That was the block initially, but we're working pretty closely now with Interactive Brokers, so they actually talk to us. Anyway, I'm just waiting for an answer on all this. Alto, guys, Alto's on the move. ALTO on the move. Off that six. Another China stock. Wow, man, another one. GDS, guys. So the question was, real. Are you running both programs in administration mode, administrator mode? Okay, that's yeah. So he says, he says, of course. Well, I'm going to leave it like this. I mean, I don't know. I unfortunately I don't have IB Lite is not available in Canada, so I can't check. So okay, so real sort of a go-between right here. You might want to. I know you don't want to necessarily, but if you go into our YouTube room when I take my break, Chris is going to be there, and you can probably have a running conversation with him because he's now asking what happens when you build the link. Okay, what happens when you build the link? So I'm sort of a go-between right now. Okay, so their YouTube room is here. I'll give you the link for it. Like, don't go now. I mean, the YouTube room is the same as this room. Okay, they hear me, they see my screen. What happens though is at noon, I do take my break and I vacate the main room, and then one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room, and today is Chris. So that's why you can go over no point going there now because he's not there, but when I take my break at noon, he will go to the YouTube room, okay? And then you can ask him, he's way more versed in using B+, and he's a different style of trader than I am, of course. Yeah, so yeah, unfortunately, nobody has IB Lite here at Trade Ideas, but try selecting using alternative method. That's about all I can do. Okay, if you want to head over to YouTube, I know you probably don't want to, but if you want to head over to YouTube at noon, you can. Chris will be there, so you might be able to pick his brain. Okay, not too much more I can do. Well, I'm still looking at Grub as a short later on. I mean, this is holding nicely here. And the high looking left is 740. I mean, in theory, I mean, it could get to that level, I suppose, but All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just with this internal discussion going on, so I'm just kind of focused on that. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. So, guys, yeah, again, Chris will be there probably 2 or 3 minutes in our YouTube room when I take my break. I'm just going to put the announcement here. And I'll just wait. Oh, there he is. Okay, Chris, thank you. And I'll just finish with my announcement. Okay, guys, so Chris is in the YouTube room now. If you want to head over there, a lot more versed in using Brokerage Plus and any other questions you may have. So I'm going to put myself, I'll take myself off the stream now.
Alrighty, double check. Let's see, video looks good, and audio's good too. Perfect. Well, happy Friday, everybody. Another day of chop and slop in the market here as we continue to bounce around and get knocked every direction. No pre-done content for this as per usual. If anybody's kind of new to the gig here, let you folks drive the content in the direction of this with your questions. Of course, do my best to keep you entertained. Mike C, what's happening? Long time no see, right? Has everybody had enough of me yet? Yesterday in the 3:30 session, then I did the webinar for Andy last night, and back here for Andy again, and I'll be back here in a couple of hours again to wrap out the week. I see Barry was looking at Grub right before I came in. I was actually looking at that too. It's on one of my stock races. You can see here, looking at it as a short. I can't say I blame him. I mean, just what a chart. I mean, awful chart. And we're here in this range. I mean, could have built off of it, sure. Why not? That's pretty extended. So again, fire those questions away for me. And sorry, Barry was saying too, there's an internal thing going on here, so we're just kind of following along with that. Stay up on it. Fixture, yeah. Celebrity, I don't think so. I don't think so. So that's an interesting DocuSign here from Holly. I hadn't looked at Holly at all today. Michael had this talking about the pre-market volume on it. He was doing a segment in Trader TV this morning. He does it every Friday. In case anybody doesn't know that, I mean, it's something great to watch. He's pretty awesome to watch there. And he's doing something on float rotation and discussing float rotation, how it's had an effect the last few weeks, especially these high flyers and the energy names with real low floats. Trading 15, 20, 30 times their float in a day. Of course, this morning there wasn't anything that was that crazy with volume this morning in the pre-market for him to allude to for it. DocuSign was kind of one of the closest ones going to be it, and we could see here, still doing really humming here on its volume there, but obviously nowhere near its float right now. Hi Chris, sorry if you've gone over it a million times. You said you had some success with the racing entries, still struggling to understand when to enter based on the race. Yeah, yeah, I know you're. I usually see you in the chat there, Terrical, most Fridays. I didn't see you today though. I use the our company account when I go over there to answer any questions that people have about Michael. But to your question on the races, the way I race or the way I use the races is, it's hard now because there isn't anything going on. But, just for example, let's say grub. We have a candle, let's say, with grub early in the morning, all right, and it makes some big move or something like that. I'm setting price alerts for pullbacks usually on those, unless, if it's a big move early in there. Um, so for example, if, grub was here and this was an early on pullback, I might say, all right, maybe I want to come back and see if I can snag myself an entry from here. So I'll set this price alert long. So it's a pullback to here and let that price alert work. Cause I don't want to go chasing, especially, the scans off on in the early morning. Cause I'm looking for momentum, a lot of stuff gapping up and there's high flyers and everything's going to have high relative volumes in the first 5 minutes, and then stuff starts to come down in volume, and we kind of make some decisions from there. I have to say, I didn't, nothing really was jumping at me this morning in any of the races, and I really didn't race. I really didn't do anything this morning. Let's see, LEDS, I saw that. I had a bunch of price alerts set, and I kind of killed them because I didn't like what I was seeing this morning. So yeah, LEDS, like, this chart, there's nothing in there that I like. You have this big, huge opening range percent-wise on that opening 15-minute candle, and then the next 15-minute candle looks like that, and it's like, it's hard to get excited for something like that. So, I'm giving you specific examples to what I see today, and try to take what I'm giving you for an example and relate them into what you're seeing. Lazy boy, another one. This gap up here, we're in this big downtrend, and then this big gap up that happens here, and it was a gap and go. I kind of happened to just not pay attention to this one, so maybe it was a little nicer, but all the same, we've got this gap, and we gap to, what do we say, gap to just over 21, and a lot of the move happened in that first 15 minutes, essentially. So, made that move up and then a pullback, and it kind of moved from there. So it's kind of trying to find those opening ranges with the races and playing off those opening ranges. That's what I'm personally doing. That might not be something that's interesting to you to do. But again, for Lazy Boy, it could have stuck, if it was me trying to attempt to have played this in these opening races, and also, just so you know, this line I've had here on Lazy Boy for a long time. So I wouldn't consider it an accident, the fact that it hit this line and has really struggled here afterwards. Look at that. It's a magnet for price action going back. So again, I do believe, actually, now that I'm thinking back on it, I feel like today's been 4 days already this morning, to be honest with you, or we're in the afternoon now, technically. It's no happy accident that that price magnet of the past is affecting today, and that was the reason why I actually did not get that excited about this stock. It's Friday. It's already been a week here, I did not have as nice of a week this week as I've had the prior several weeks, so I didn't want to hand, what I'm up for the week back, so I really kind of just didn't want to trade this morning, to be honest, as well. And so it had to really be a chart that got me excited, because I think as I've moved forward, and again, this is all relative to me, and how it's going to relate to you is going to be different, but this is more trader talk than just, it's a combination of scanner trader talk. As an early trader, and I think it applies to a lot of early traders, we're trying to trade every day, trying to capture every opportunity. As I've, let's say, matured as a trader over the last several years, I find myself needing and wanting to trade less. I want real quality setups, and if the setup isn't the quality that I really want, I don't want to get in something for 10 cents. I don't want to, just to look at this again. When this was on my early races, where am I looking at? Could I use this as an opening range for a stop? Sure, but where's my upside? That line being my upside, that is not worth it to me to risk that with this huge gap below it. So it's just not worth it to me. That's all there is to it. The chart, it doesn't make sense to me. Let's see what else is on these races that I can try to do the same thing. And look, you see this race? Look at this race. All lazy's coming through, so it's the same kind of stock that's coming through, and I'm just not interested in that chart. That's all there is to it. Here's another one. I'm simply not interested in this chart whatsoever. All right, we're looking at, I don't know, some kind of credit thing here. I don't even know what this thing is. All right, basket of 35 commodity futures. I have no interest in this chart for day trading whatsoever. Look at the range in here. $7 to $9 over that period of time. There's just nothing that says, hey, you should trade this chart. Looking at yesterday and looking at today and the day before and today, nothing says trade that chart to me whatsoever. Another one here. Hard for me to get excited about something that looks like this has no volume whatsoever. Look at this, traded 200,000 shares to this point today, and that's 3 times its normal volume. So you see this huge volume bar, great. That huge volume bar equaled 500,000 shares yesterday. It just no. There's nothing about that returns to me. So these races have been great successes for me, and specifically these two over the last couple of months, but today they just weren't returning actionable ideas to me. That's all there was to it. It's Friday, like I said, it's been a week. Look at the volume already in the SPY right now. Look at that volume. 0.87. People are beat up. They're tired. We're stuck in this lower range that where we've been. The excitement isn't there. We also just had, all the excitement of those crazy oil stocks and gas stocks and everything else. INDO, for example. All right. How many stocks did we see have charts like this? Now, not all of them had the price movement, but a lot of them had some of that percentage movement the same. I can't think of all the names that have done that over the last, the last week or week and a half. But you have all this excitement. You have all these people that did this. So now we're thinking as traders. We're in the minds of traders here. And the fact is people are tired and they don't feel like putting any more money to work today. It's Friday. The weekend is coming. Almost nobody wants to take risk home right now, given the environment that we're in. And people have packed it up. That's it. And you can, it's psychology. We're putting together a piece of a puzzle. And so I'm tired today. And simply, I don't have the mental capacity for trading. And I'm okay with that. I'll continue to watch the races. And, as the day goes on, who knows? Some news can get released, or some big event can happen, or who knows what, and maybe something pops on here and I see a great risk to reward situation. But here we go, loco. All right, another one. Thing makes this huge gap up and just give it up for the rest of the day. And I'm just not in general a short trader. It's not that I don't take shorts, but it's not in my wheelhouse. So as someone who's tired, I'm not going to, if this was Monday and the action was like this, I might be looking at some short trades today, especially with a chart that looks like this. This actually looks like a great chart to short. Look at, and for a lot of reasons, Barry's talking about what makes this chart great. Well, here's what makes this chart great. We're in this beautiful downtrend. Bang. We bounced off of it and we're curling back over again. All right. And then we get this big gap up and we start to move down. Are you kidding me? I mean, amazing short opportunity right there, to be honest. But again, I'm tired. It's not in my wheelhouse and I'm just not going to have it. So what you want to do is you want to find the quality setups from your races. Don't go chasing like you did anything else. Part of the reason why I'm so big on the races is, a lot of people are looking at, I want momentum stocks. I need the big momentum alert window and new high on the day. That's fine. But how many times are you catching that close to last new high of the day, where this is constantly just putting quality names in front of me? I don't have to worry about alert, and was like, oh, let me scroll back. What was that alert 20 minutes ago? No, I've got the quality stuff that's happening right now. If it's not on here now, somehow it lost its quality. On top of that, I can set price alerts and just track the quality stocks that I want throughout the day, instead of having scanners screaming at me non-stop. Again, very personal on how I am using it and how I'm looking at it. But maybe this is giving you some thoughts and some ideas. So it makes sense. Watch for pullbacks. And it's not like everything that comes through the race I'm setting a pullback alert. Let's say something comes through, I'm trying to find something that, is a winner at some point. Or may have looked better. I mean, look at that. You're not going to do anything with that chart. All right, so here's a better example of the opposite end of this one now, all right? We look at this one and we say, all right, we've got this base that we came out of, and we're in this nice uptrend, and this thing didn't gap up anything major, right? So now all of a sudden, in this first 5 minutes, maybe I want to set a price alert up towards the top of this, or I don't know where it was in the first couple of minutes. Obviously, we could break it down into smaller time frame charts, but maybe I'd set while it was in this first candle, maybe I'd set a price alert while it was below this level, somewhere like here on a 19 break, and I'm watching that 19 break, like that. So, for the things that become high flyers right off the open, the pullback alerts I want to set, the things that, have good volume in them, and I might want to follow, maybe there I'm setting out a reasonable breakout alert where it isn't a chase. Now, again, I'm looking at this overall. Things traded 288,000 shares by noon today. I have zero interest in that like that. It's not liquid. That's all there is to it. Not liquid enough for me to day trade. So, anyways, short and skinny there for all intents and purposes of that kind of stuff. So again, if anybody has questions, fire those away for me here. All right, makes sense. My ideal volume for a day trade, I won't say that I necessarily have an ideal volume, but I want to know that the stock is liquid. When I see something is trading, a relative volume of nearly 3 and it's traded 300,000 shares, that tells me that to this point right now, it's if it continued like this, it would trade 3 times what it normally does. So something that's trading, 5 or 600,000 shares in the day, is it's going to come down to also the day of the week and the action of the market itself. So it's just there's not a lot of liquidity or excitement around the stock, to be honest. The other thing that I like to see is, I don't want to see declining volume like this as I'm considering a position. I want to see the volumes kind of staying consistent or rising. Those two things like that. So, is there an ideal number of shares? No, it's kind of subjective to the stock, the relative volume, the day of the week, the market conditions. No one item there, or no one share number that I could point to. Not like there's no magic number for me personally. It's kind of a feel thing. Like, does it feel like there's a buzz in the stock for me to want to get into it? Good morning. Can you make one of my scanners erase? Um, if it's a top list, you can make it into a race. All you have to do is, if it's a top list, right click, launch real time race. You just have to be on our latest build, is all there, Steven. There's no change in Holly. The only thing that I know is being worked on was a different view of the Holly that exists, so that you were only looking at the filtered B, so you're only looking at profitable trades. So it's just keeping you focused on the things that are actually winning. But nothing else has changed with Holly. Everything is the same with Holly. Um, and like I can go over, like, to follow as an exercise, the top list. So Stephen, what I described to people for the top list tells us what stocks we're looking at, or we tell this top list, hey, I think these kinds of stocks will be what I want to be looking at. So that's the creation of the top list, what that does. Then from there, we tell the top list, we say, all right, top list, you found me my stocks that I want. Now I want you to race them based on these things. And what you can race on is based on any of the columns you have selected, which are all filters as well. So you don't need to have a filter value in any of the columns. You just have to display the column. So for me, I've been racing for the last couple of months on 2-minute change percent and using a delta value of that. And so essentially what I'm saying is the delta value says I want all the stocks to start equal. I don't care what their change has been over the last 2 minutes coming into the race. I want to know what their change 2-minute percent is, starting them all off like they're equal now and moving. So let's say, for example, one stock is at a 3% move over the last 2 minutes and one has had a 1% move. At the start of the race, it's like they all start equal, and now what's moving over the last 2 minutes is how the delta value will work. And then, you can decide, do you want to auto run the race? Do you want to replace the cars? Replace the cars simply means this: if a stock no longer meets the top list, it gets dropped from the race. And if a new stock now meets the top list, it gets added to the race. And that's what I like about it, because it's keeping everything current and up to date and all that. Excuse me, I had to put myself on mute for a sneeze. All right, perfect. So you look like we got you going. And you have more questions on Steven, or I'm not going enough in depth on something, you want me to go more in depth, or there's other subjects of the race you want me to touch on, by all means, let me know. And like, here's the other thing too with my races. My races haven't been populating the whole window, and I only have 10 lanes on each one, and they haven't had a lot. So it continues to tell me just there's no interest in today. And then, like I said, tired, fatigue, all right? Gap down, grinding up yesterday. Gapped up, grinding down today. I mean, it just really makes really makes for a tough environment for people mentally, and people, they're ready for whatever they do on Friday at this point. Yeah, if you want to make sure that you're always up to date, this goes for anybody on the most current version of the software. Again, I always throw this out there. I think when we have a beta version out, everybody should be on it. I understand that some people don't want to be on it because they don't want to, be quote unquote beta testers for us. I get that. But generally, when we have a beta version, it means there's a new function in the software that hasn't been, put to bed if there is any possible errors for anybody at any point. So by not being on the beta, you handicap yourself that you don't get those new features. Now, some people don't care about those new features. Some people have been using trade ideas for 10 years. They have their niche in it, and that's it. They'll never need stock races. They don't care about the market explorer or anything like that. So, and I don't blame them. They're making money on the way trade ideas was 10 years ago. By all means, stick with it. Why change, why fix something that's not broke? But for those that want to keep up with what we're doing at all times, what I suggest to you is on the menu bar here, go to Tools, Options, come to Upgrade, and have all releases selected, and then save that. And that means anytime we put out a new version of the software, beta or production version, this new here will highlight green, and then you'll see something about, upgrade to our latest version or something like that goes here. It's been a while since I've seen it now. And by doing that, that'll take you to the download page, and just take a look, because on the download page, typically there are two versions of the software there, production and beta. Right now there is no beta. The last beta has become the production, and we don't have a new beta to put out right now because we don't have anything we're ready for you folks to join in on yet. There's stuff coming, but not quite there yet. So I guess I'm boring people. I lost 15 of you since I started this. Can I do a race of the sectors? Um, yeah, you can do a race of the sectors. You just have to create like a sector watch list. So, um, let's see. What am I looking for? So, like, if you created a, oh, it's over here. I changed my layout. That's what happened. Um, like this is a top list that I created, and it's attached to a symbols list that just looks at these ETFs. They're all, all sector ETFs. So you could do that and race like that, or you could use like the sectors channel. You could do that too. All right. Is there a way to enable strategies on pre-market and after hours? Nope, no one. Only regular market hours right now. Um, for now, just only regular market hours. I don't really have any other thing to add to that, unfortunately. Um, you can trade manually through it, but it's hard to get a fill because of liquidity. It's got to be a limit order, things like that. You mentioned that it seems a lot of traders are taking today off. Is there a scan that gives an idea of volume coming into the market? Um, I wouldn't say a scan. I would say you want, I'd say a single stock window. One of these guys here, and just look at the indexes. Take a look at this. Watch. You could have thumbnailed single stock windows with just these things. Look at this declining volume here. Not only that, you can get thumbnailed charts. Look at the volume we have back here, and we take a tick down, and then a small tick up, and a small tick up, and then a tick up again as we decline. And look at the declining volume the last few days. We're let's zoom in here. All right. Look at this volume down here. This is the least amount of volume we've seen in a while. And today doesn't really look like, I don't suspect that we're going to take out that volume today unless something changes. So I wouldn't say there's any scan necessarily to do it. I mean, you could create, I guess, a scan that's pointed at, maybe create a top list with relative volume as a column and have a symbols list attached to it with just some of these here. With some, the Qs, the diamonds, the SPY, maybe pick out some of the more heavily traded ETFs. I'm not sure which ones you'd go to because it kind of rotates on what's more or less traded. I guess you could use bellwether stock, something like an Apple, if Apple's down in volume. See, the thing with Apple might not be great. That might not be great is the fact that It's traded so much as it is anyways. It really takes something crazy to get Apple's volume like way up there. Ooh, Apple, that does not look healthy. Can I create an alert window that only scans stocks in a top list? No, you cannot create an alert window that only scans stocks in a top list. Sorry, Kevin. There's no way to link the scans to say, hey, scan, pull your symbols from this. You'd have to create the symbols list and attach it to the alert window itself. What you could do, I mean, it wouldn't be efficient, but if you had a symbols list already programmed there, Kevin, for that's attached to an alert window, what you could do is go through the top list and you could right click items there and select send to, and then you could send it to that symbols list like that. That was a sectors list right here. This is just I created a symbols list in my symbols list here, tools, symbols list, and sector analysis I called it. And so I created this here. I just went through, I found ETFs that I want to be looking at or I want to pay attention to, put them on a symbols list, and then I attached them to a top list here. And so this scan here, if we come into the configure, all I'm doing is I'm looking at this symbols list, so only the following list, sector analysis, that's it, and there's no filters in here whatsoever. Nothing. Sort on change from close percent, that's it. I mean, you could save contents of the top list, and then you could load it as a CSV file, and then transfer it like that, I guess. Send to. Yeah, look at that. You know what? I didn't think of that. You could highlight them all and send the whole list over to. So while they can't be directly linked, Kevin, what you could do is you could highlight all the stocks on that top list, and you could send to, and you could send it to a symbols list that was attached to the alert window. That would work. I'm curious if anybody in here is utilizing the 4 a.m. data feed now. I know it's only been 2 days, but always just curious about that. So let's see, is Grub still going? Look at that. That thing really shot up again. Hope Barry didn't short it. I'm still a little blown away. We've had some people very upset that we start our data at 4 a.m. now. Very upset. All right, glad that works out for you, Kevin. Why TRD? People have entire systems that they've built, and they save all the data from all these scans. Going back years, they've been subscribers of Trade Ideas, I guess, and having one, our data started. So when we said something was a pre-market high for a scan, that pre-market high was from, essentially 6:45 a.m. Eastern on. Now a pre-market high could happen at 4 o'clock in the morning, or 4:15 in the morning for our data, just like it had originally always been, outside of our data. And so that skews some of the results that they've been, tabulating for years, essentially. So. Oh, that's right. I forgot that they did all those. Yeah, that's right, Steven. Yep, in the docked channel. They keep changing everything in the docked channel bars as well, so it's been hard for me to keep up with what they're doing. Um, Take a look at what they're doing now in it. All right, there you go. Yeah, there's a race in there now. Um, can you look at the scanning and SSW shared and tell me what you were looking at? There's relative vol, VWAP, 5 minutes. Just curious how you utilize. Yeah, sure. I mean, I just have these things in here, so I don't look at all these things all the time. It's just the ones that happen to be in there. But market cap and current debt to cash ratio, I like to see, just for fun. Oops, sorry, idea surfing is on. So, generally speaking, yes, stuff works better when you stay up to date. Also, um, as someone who is an outsider of Trade Ideas, looking in for a long time and now working here, there were things that, we were behind on for a long time. And the bottom line is markets are going to become 24 hours at some point. I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion. Is it a year? Is it 5 years? Is it 6 months? Who knows? Anybody that has the answer to that certainly isn't sharing it publicly. So we need to put ourselves in a position to be able to innovate much more quickly as these things start to happen. But so back to the single stock there. You're always going to have volume and relative volume displaying in your single stock window there, I believe. And then I like to know what the float is of a stock. I like to look at what the short float is, short growth. Um, I have cash to debt here. It's not a huge thing, but I've got it anyways for whatever reason. I threw an options filter in there just to see if the stock is optionable and if the options market is going crazy over it, essentially. Um, 1 minute volume, 5 minute volume, and 15-minute volume. I use those to just to track it, how much interest is in here, and I compare things. Everything is relative. Something could be saying it's doing 10 times amount its normal volume, and these again, like the relative volume filter, are 10-day averages. But if the thing's only traded, if this thing's telling me it's at 1,000% at 1 minute volume, which is 10 times its normal volume, but it's only traded 4,000 shares today. I mean, I have zero interest in that whatsoever. So it's kind of all relative. Mike C, I am eating, sleeping, living, and breathing Trade Ideas at all times. So Plaza. That's how I kind of utilize those things. There's some stuff in here I don't really pay. I mean, I almost never pay attention to days to cover. It just happened to be in the original single stock window I loaded up, almost 5 years ago, and just kind of lived in there ever since. Um, Same thing with daily RSI. I don't even know where that came from. Composite rating I put in there when that first came out, and I've just kind of left it. There's I don't need some of these things, I suppose. I do like lifetime high. That I use because I want to know where I am versus the lifetime high. So sorry, just another question was coming in for me here a moment ago. On the profiles for stock sectors, it would be nice to have the sector symbol belong. Have this. So in profile, you have the sector. I mean, for whatever reason, Grub isn't really putting all the stuff in here. So you have that. Spy sure does have a thing for 420. Yeah, you know what that is too, though, Steven? So this stuff here is out of our control. We're trying to figure a way that we can control this better, but this comes from our data provider, FactSet. And so whenever there's any real big grievance, we have to reach out to them and say, hey, why is this the way it is? Yeah, 420 is a thing for the SPY right now, that's for sure. If we can ever get upside legs again, 440 and this 457-ish number are going to be the real big ones if we can ever get upside legs. But for now, here we are. And Steven, if you come across anything that's like a real big discrepancy that you find in any of those there, shoot us an email because we'll ping it over to FactSet. How fast or easily they fix it is another question, but we get on them about it. That's the email you can hit us with if you ever come across any data discrepancies with those. We've had them before. in social channel, there are two T2 windows. I am not sure how you are seeing a social channel. Or wait, what social channel are you looking at? I don't even know what we have for channels anymore. Are you looking at a dock channel bar? Because there shouldn't really be a social channel anymore. I think maybe if you're on the free floating channel bar, Buzz might still be called social. I don't even know if that's there. Social sediment, is that what you're talking about? Sorry, are you talking about Buzz or social sediment, which are Buzz or the Buzz one? Yes. If it's the Buzz, I'm not sure what's in there. I can't load it, otherwise it'll kill my entire layout. Um, so can I load? No, there's no way for me to load it without destroying my layout right now. And I would like to keep the data in my layout. Oh, what the heck? I guess it doesn't really matter. So let's see. It's going to load on another screen here. So there's two top lists. What's the difference between the top lists? Oh, I think one is looking at Moon, whatever Moon is, that ETF that came out. Yeah, so one is looking at Moon. That's the one that says to the moon, and the other Buzzworthy, it's looking at Buzz. They're both ETFs. That's all they are. That's the only difference between them. It's just the stocks that they're looking at. They're specifically pointed at stocks. A fib level from anchored VWAP? I don't think so. I'm trying to think of what it is that you're specifically looking to get to or get at. I mean, because the only fibs that we have are going to be alerts. So there's that. Yeah, you're welcome. Because like we're not gonna have it. We don't have fibs on the charts, so you're gonna be looking at scanning wise for Fibonacci's. All you have is the alert, so you can couple it with the fib alert. So you have these Fibonacci's here, so you could use one of these alerts and then stick an anchored VWAP filter in there. We can go back 5 days on the anchored VWAP. But but linking them as filters wouldn't work. And the tougher part is because we don't have them on a scan on the charts. It's harder to visualize something. When you can visualize something on a chart, it makes it easier to to build a scan out of. No, the anchor. Well, unless the anchored VWAP is met in the scan, then you wouldn't get the fib alert. So that, you know what I mean? They're like conditional upon each other. So you wouldn't get the fib signal without the anchored VWAP being satisfied. So like, I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start with this. Let's add this fib alert. Let's mess around just for a second, just see what happens here. Let's go with distance from VWAP 3 for fun. Let's go with -2, I'm sorry. And 2. So make sure I'm doing this right here. Of course, histogram. Well, Fibonacci's are retracement levels, essentially. So when a stock retraces a certain amount, now our Fibonacci works like this. Hold on, let me pull up this. So here's the definition for the Fibonacci's. These, when the price crosses a common Fibonacci resistance level, and the Fibonacci's are 38, 68, and 50. So we're using some different Fibonacci's in here. We're 62 and 79. Interesting. And then we set it for hours of trading. So how far back do you want it to look for these Fibonacci levels? Because you have a filter in here on the alert. So look, if we go to selected alerts, see how it's at hours of trading, and you can see more on that if we scroll down on this too. So it's essentially levels. It's key support and resistance levels. It's believed, because Fibonacci's exist in nature and pattern recognition, all that stuff like that. So all these here kind of apply to the same thing, where you're looking at this for your trading hours. Oh, you want to anchor to the Fibonacci level itself? No, we have no way to do that. No, there's definitely no way to do that. The only way to play it is like I just kind of showed right there. Anchored VWAP works. It gets anchored to these candles. That's what we have. You know what I mean? That's what we have. And so that's how the filter works. The filter is going to anchor to a time point, to a day. So like Fibonacci's are essentially a retracement. So when you have a stock, it falls. Let's say a stock falls X amount, and then the Fibonacci retracements are at different levels to say, all right, we're at Fibonacci level 1 retracement, Fibonacci level 2 retracement, and they're percents. Yeah, no, I like when questions come in like that, Perfect Circle, because it gets my wheels turning, to be honest. Thinking, is there something there? Now, I don't use Fibonacci's. I never have. It's actually something I was just in one of the sections of the CMT chapters, and I have to know it all. So, like, I have to know the common Fibonacci levels and what's considered retracements and what's considered falling. So, it works in reverse too. If you have, something that, something that just made a big move up, all right, and then you have your Fibonacci retracement levels to the downside, essentially. Just, mathematical equations, essentially. And there's certain patterns and numbers that you find, like, if anybody that's a math nerd or gets interested in things like that, look up the golden ratio essentially. And for those that don't understand what a Fibonacci is, it's when you take two numbers and add them together, and the prior two numbers always add up to the next number. So, for example, 1, 2, and 3, um, adding to 5 and going back like that. So, just all mathematical stuff. So 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, 8 plus 5 is 13. Those are Fibonacci. That's a Fibonacci sequence is how that works. POCs, I'm not sure what you mean by POCs, Steven. Yeah, JC likes his fibs for sure. Right now, it would put my anchored VWAP. Bring over SPY. Sorry, my SPY chart all got deleted a minute ago. So right now, if I was looking at a 2-day anchored VWAP, and I use that kind of as a momentum indicator. So here's 1 day back. Here's 2 days back. So Thursday, Wednesday, I'd be anchoring from Wednesday's opening candle, and we can see. Look, we're fading back down on the 2-day anchored VWAP, and then when today closes, I'll anchor the VWAP from here. So it'll be Thursday and Friday going into Monday. I just like to do it as kind of a momentum indicator, just to see the momentum, the temperature of the market, I guess. Oh, point of control. Um, no, we don't have anything point of control wise. I can't think of anything. Um, Trying to think. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying for point of control, like a volume shelf. Um, no, we don't have anything like that. VWAP is the closest, but VWAP's not the same. But VWAP would be the closest that we have, Steven. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I just covered this whole set of chapters. It was really, really big. CMT just, in the last couple of years included a lot of volume profile, a lot of volume confirmation stuff, more than ever, more than just the regular Dow theory in their text and everything for the exams and designation. So actually, I found that stuff really, really interesting. Difference between SPY and VOO. VOO. The weighting. So measure investment return of large capitalization stocks. Fund employs indexing investment approach. Reporters. So essentially, it is the SPY. It's almost exactly the SPY because it has the same weighting, so it's cap weighted, some kind of cap weighting. You probably have to head over to Vanguard to get more out of it, though. But it's Vanguard essentially measuring the SPY versus spiders. You have a different, different company, different financial tool. Versus you have the RSP, where this is equally weighted, and this is the Revesco. So it's different companies, different brokerages, firms, whatever you want to call it, doing this, doing the same thing. Like I said, this one here. This is equally weighted. So equal weight. You see it up here. Equal weight ETF. So like, look at the SPY. That looks a lot more bearish, right, than this does. Right? That looks a lot less bearish than the SPY does. This thing never ripped like the SPY did back here, and it hasn't fallen like the SPY has here either. Much more steady because we're not cap weighted in this. We're equally weighted. And look at these races. I mean, nothing's going on in here, and these races are based on volume. A big part of it is volume. There's just no 5-minute volume, no 1-minute volume is what I suspect in any stocks. Look at the RSP. We're doing less than half the normal volume over the last night. Look at this. Look at that volume candle in the RSP. We're 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, the volume is just absolutely dried up. Look at that. This hasn't basically budged since I started this an hour ago. All right, this is almost the exact spot that it was, and this was at 0.87. It's now at 0.83. It's also 4 points since I started the stream an hour ago, just to show you how everybody's done. They're packing it in for the day. You've got the few diehards out there. I won't lie. All I can think about right now is ordering a pizza for tonight. That's all I care about right now. I mean, as far as stocks go, I'm ready to recharge for the weekend and get back at it again next week. Yeah, Mike C. Thank you for popping in. So TAN, we know that had been showing big reversal signs recently. Interesting, interesting. So do we get a bear trap on TAN, or are we just taking a breather? So we had this huge engulfing candle here, and we pulled off of it nice. We came back and filled this gap beautifully and moved back up again. So a lot of really textbook technical stuff going on here on TAN. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Long downtrend on it. All right, so we've got this beautiful long downtrend on the TAN. All right, and then we get this double engulfing, because it's got these two days there. And off of that, we get a bullish sign up, gap up, hold that gap, and we held it for a couple days, and then we get what we can call what if this was in a test right now, they might ask me what was happening here for a CMT test, and I would say we had this here, and then we have what's called an exhaustion gap here. And so that exhaustion gap filled essentially right there, and then we bounced off of that, and now we're holding here. So now we ask ourselves, are we in a bull trap here, or are we consolidating to make our next move back up towards that number? So awesome. Glad you like that, Steven. Appreciate it. I know Barry will be coming in any moment here. Let's see. while we're waiting on Barry. We'll dive at some sectors here. So, again, a week ago, every week someone tells me how it's China's time. China's coming back. Okay, but I still don't see it. I mean, do I believe that their market will recover at some point? Absolutely. But it wasn't this week again. All right, Barry's back and streaming. So if you can hear me, Barry, I'm gonna cut it, and everybody, I will hopefully see you all and maybe more of you back here at 3:30. All right, thanks for hanging out, everybody, and we'll see you in a couple hours.
I actually should bring this back and check it next week to see what sort of alerts we get. You know, control gap, and then the move down. Interesting. The 15-minute chart every now and then is doing this. So again, a control gap and then a move down. Now, understand that, you know, you would have had an alert here, an alert here, an alert here, but it doesn't mean that it would have kept moving down necessarily. Here's another one, Duluth. Control gap, starting to move up. So I'll just stick this over here and see what sort of alerts we get from that. Thank you, Mike. See, here's another one. Control the gap. Move down. TDF, let's see what that one is doing. TDF. Looks like a controlled gap. I'm trying to see here. 13. Yeah. Remember, it's a percent. Or is it a percent I'm using? Can't remember now. Yeah, 1%. So 1% on the upside or the downside. Meanwhile, no control on this one. Look at GDS. I mean, it continues down. I'm afraid to look at my Queb. Actually, the Queb is KW. I thought it might have been down at 24, but it's not. It's not down at 24 yet. KWEB. Yeah, look at it. Wow, look at that potash. Yeah, I mean, this is better than the Mosaic, I think. Well, they're about the same. The Mosaic had a bit of a jog down. IPI, there was no jog down. I don't think anyway. Maybe just a little one. One day. That's it. No, I was on break. I saw it. It happened at 23:10, right? Yeah. No, I was on my break. I saw it after the fact. Well, the next one I'm taking. The next one I'm taking. Now that I'm off my break. See, all those happened during my break. And if you're saying don't take a break, I've got to take a break. I'll go insane otherwise. Boy, another one, all-time low for BZ. It's funny, I tried to get a grub short, and I had the grub short earlier, and I had no problem filling. I just couldn't get a fill, and I was sitting in at the bid, and it's certainly not the uptick rule is not the effect in essence or in effect. Certainly enough shares to short, and I just couldn't get a fill. Yeah, so I don't generally analyze the results at the end of the day, okay, typically, okay. But what you might want to do is something like this, because I know what you're talking about. The more, but it's a buffer, okay. So you're only going to, but if you, for instance, would it be more valuable to you to see the first time, like you don't want to see this ticker over and over and over again. You just want to see it once and do a history like that? Because there's no getting around the 100 limit, okay? You're going to have to keep hitting more, and you're right, it'll disappear. But is it more valuable to you to see the initial alert? Kind of like what I do with a no repeat. I don't want to see the ticker over and over again in a lot of my scans. I just want to see the first time it alerted, and then I know. So for instance, I mean, there's only 6 tickers today in the basic new highs. But Joey, can you hear me? Okay, so this is what I do with a lot of my scans. I mean, here is one, okay? So, okay, here is repeating. I don't mind it in this one because it's kind of like it's nagging at you. Nag, 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 don't forget about me, don't forget about me, don't forget about me, okay? But here is the don't repeat version of this. So here's the first alert I had for KWeb. All right, at 9:42, the price was 25.86. I think that's more valuable, right? And you can take a look afterwards and say, well, what did it do from there? And you can see 24.59 as an example. Bumble had an alert at time 9:44, 22, and you can see you'll have an arrow. It'll tell you the candle at the alert happened, and you can see what did it do from there. Well, it got down to 21.19. So in order to create So you can take your alert window that is in repeating version, okay, repeating version, and let me break this one out, okay, just to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is what you do. So again, when I break it out, I'm only going to see the last one. So now what I do is I duplicate it because I do want to see this. I do want to see it over and over again in some scans. So I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, so I've duplicated this. Now the next step is to right click and go to properties and then go down to the don't repeat mode. Don't repeat. And this is a drop down menu. So if you check don't repeat symbol for it, now you have your options. 1 minute, 5, 15, 30. So I put it on for a day. Because I only want to see it the first time. Now, it's up to you how many times you want to see it, but I only want to see it that very first time so I can check back to see what it did from there. So you do that. Now the next step is give it a new name. So what I do is I right click, configure, and go to the summary. And here's, of course, where you can name it. So I just put DR in front of it. I know now that that's don't repeat. Okay, does that make sense? So that's why it says DR. So, did you get that, or did I do it too quickly? Okay, good. And don't forget to save it. And don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. You know, it's going to ask you, you want to save your layout, all those sorts of things, right? Everything you do, any change you make, even if it's a minor change, if you don't save your work at the end of the day, the save won't be saved. Amazing, isn't it? Nothing in the breaking up on volume today. Nothing. Meanwhile, the market has just gone flat on us. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's an hour almost. It's just about an hour. This candle has another 30 seconds or so to close. So it's been about an hour of flattening out. Man, the grub. Jeez. Don't understand why I didn't get my fill. Tried it several times. 723, I think. 713. In the high sevens. I was a little reluctant to do that, but I just wanted to try it. Anyway. All right, Zach, I'm just waiting for another bounce play from you. Not from you, but from your scan. Remember, I took this is the YY yesterday. That was YY, right? Yesterday that I took. No, it wasn't YY. It was something else. But right now, I mean, to try to take a bounce on a China stock, boy, I mean, these are just getting destroyed. It's not that it's not allowed. We just don't have a lot of. Let's see the price of it. Okay, we just don't have a lot of penny stock players in the room. Okay, and especially at this level, it's not that it's not allowed. I mean, you might get somebody might look at this and go, okay, but so again, it's not that it's not allowed. It's just that there's not many in this room that play penny stocks like this sort of a price range. And not very many play the pinks, the OTCs, in this room. Now, if we had a contingent of people wanting to do it, that's fine. Well, there was news. I mean, there was, takeover speculation. Okay, grub takeover speculation. Number one. There was news before that, though. This was the initial news at 9 o'clock. Okay, Grubhub and Inter Miami, etc. This was the news that may have got it, but that was 9 o'clock. Okay, that's 9 o'clock, so it didn't really do anything from there. But I think the rumor was maybe Uber looking at them, and that was the takeover speculation. Well, I'm certainly not looking to go long anything right now. I mean, I'm just kind of finding another short. The only thing I'll try long is maybe one of Zach's bounces, if it happens, if we get an alert from it. Well, all I can do, it says Inter Miami CF. Okay, so that this is the headline. Inter Miami CF, whatever that is. Yeah, it sounds like that's the Miami, wherever the Dolphins play. I'm going to assume. It's not that they weren't in Miami. I think it's just that now they've got to deal with the stadium. Does that make sense? Though yeah, you're right. Though I mean, this is a Netherlands company. Yeah, Netherlands. So I don't know much about them. I mean, heard about them, of course, but see what I remember. I was saying that I thought Tilly's might just be a snoozer. So far, yeah. I mean, it just had the big gap down and then nothing. Funny, my 15-minute chart every now and then takes a while to load. Boy, QFin, another leg down. Yeah, Herb, I don't know. Zach found it early. I have no idea where he saw it in terms of the rumor regarding Uber and Grub. I have no idea. Kirk, another one, guys. It's not. Sorry, it is not a China stock, but another one just making its way down. KIRK. It just showed up on this one. You see, so this is late. It showed up at 109. TWKS. Take a look at TWKS. ThoughtWorks. Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, it's only obviously just a smidge above the all-time low. All-time low looks like 1779. What are we now? 1815. Yeah, so 1779. Well, I have here 1779 as the all-time low. I mean, you could even wait for that. Don't you see that? In the previous month, the low was 1779, so it's not that far away. What's a soccer team? Okay. Or for our British friends, it's a football team. Or actually, for the rest of the world outside of North America, a football team. Or just put a price alert. You just put a price alert at the low here. What was it? What did I say? 1779. So yeah, just put a price alert. That's even just as good. I'll put a price alert 1775 for it. All right, takes it out. They don't have to worry about it anymore. Use our price alerts, guys. Not just talking to you, Cam, of course. Use the price alerts. Well, everybody's fleeing these China stocks. That's a pretty high all-time low. Yeah, for HCP, which is good. Further to fall. Wow. The Pollo Loco. So it gapped up because there was the close. Okay, so the first print was up here, and big reverse, and it's an earnings play. Again, one of those ones I didn't really see it, and I guess the volume was too light. All right, guys. So look what happened here. So I was trying to demonstrate, this distance from the exit price and the max PLN and all. So right now, what this is telling me is where I exited in the simulator, HYMC. It is now 29 cents below that price. That's what you'd want to see, right? Makes sense? You want to get out of something, and then you want to see it fall after you get out, assuming you're long. Come on, Zach. I need one of your bounce plays or topping plays. I don't see any. Nothing's happened since 12:58. Huh. Well, GDS now under 30, and let's take a look left. I mean, is it chaseable even? Let's see. Man, the next low looking left, is that right? 2084. That's on the monthly chart, is that right? No, 26.80. Sorry, 26.80. So it's about $2 till the next low on the monthly chart. Another one just underneath the whole number is YY, 32.96. Another one underneath the whole number. And now that is not, boy, you can't even see where the next low is. Let's expand the chart. I've got to go back to two. Have to go back 5 years. 5 years. Like, who cares? Oh man, here's another one. Look at this one. Good RX, GDRX. This is an all-time low now. Lifetime range, all-time low. Got hammered down a few days ago. I do remember this. This was this earnings? Well, sort of a reaction to earnings, I think. It happened the 28th after the market closed. So, yeah, so this is a reaction because this is March the 1st is the day after. Okay, so they released post market on like after hours, and then here's the reaction and a continuation down for GDRX. Okay, you were talking about our Red Robin. Is that Red Robin? Gourmet burgers? Burgers? Yes, Red Robin. I don't know if we have Red Robins in Canada. Yeah, so an earnings play. One of the good earnings plays today. Basically straight up. No real pullback for it. All right, let's take a look at MULN. Haven't seen that one for a while. That was one that came from the depths under $1 and went roaring higher, 48 cents. And what did it get up to? $2. Yeah, Beyond Meat. I mean, it is amazing. You know, you think with this, the kids of today. I don't know where Zach is getting that. I know William uses the same thing as Zach. It's called Trader something, or I don't know if that's where he got the sort of the scoop on the potential or the rumor about Uber and Grub. Trade, yeah, thank you. Trade Exchange. Just a minute, guys. I'm reading. Internal email. Let's see what's happening here. So I say it's $50 a month or $45 a month, I guess. I just don't think I think I'd be I'm distracted enough by the other thing. So just let William and Zach tell us. They have a $5 promo now for how long? I just don't know if I could handle it. All right, guys, I'm getting interested in this GDRX. It's an all-time low. And see if it just has a further. It's not China though. I wish it were China, but it is not China. Oh, that's funny, Zach. Your Taco Bell. Another one. It's funny. This is another one like Red Robin. Good earnings play. Again, didn't see it. Didn't do anything in the pre-market. Did not see it. Wasn't on my radar at all. But lots. It's got room. I mean, tons of resistance around that 1130 mark. But that's far enough away. I lost sight of Fossil after they had a big pop at the beginning of the day, and then it dropped. And not an all-time low, but it was an earnings play yesterday. You can see the reaction. Look at this, basically straight down. This morning it popped up, 947, and then it dropped almost immediately down to 894, and now it's just been in a slow and steady descent for the day. It's funny you say that, Herb. I have never had Interactive Brokers lock up on me, not once. Not in the 5 years I've had it. You mean literally freezes? I've never had that happen. Captain Kirk continues down here. Yeah, when I see something like that, and I know it sounds like a defender of IB. I'm only a defender because bottom line for me is a broker that's reliable. That's my bottom line. I don't care how pretty it looks, as long as it accepts my orders and doesn't freeze up. That's good enough for me. So when I see something like that, yeah, just like Pepe said, could be hardware related. And I have a lot going on, in my streaming, two rooms. Have trade ideas, have my broker. I do a video. I've got a lot going on with my system, but I've never had a problem. AGRD pop. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah. A little bit of volume coming into AGRD. Yeah, I know you have to pay for it. You're absolutely right. I don't think it's well, for me it's not a big deal. Well, level 2, I have time and sales. I guess that's level 2, but or I guess it's an equivalent. Yeah, I mean, I guess in theory it's not. I get it, but I mean, there's the level 2. Doesn't interest me. No, I know. I just had a level 2 chart or a box up. I'm just not interested in it. Sissy, that I've never seen before. Shineco. Yeah, look at Shineco. A lot of volume today for it. Doesn't trade very much. Uh, China stock. I sort of remember the name. Did they change their symbol? Or was that a SPAC or something? Maybe it became it was a SPAC. I sort of remember the name Shineco. You would not know it's a seed stock based on that. Yeah, and I'm not much of a scalper, so I guess that's it. I mean, Shady was pointing that out yesterday about level 2. Stocks under $10 where the spread is a penny. And yes, I get it. That's just not my style of trading. So meanwhile, another one just getting chopped here is MVST. Remember this one? This is one of those crazy meme stocks back here. Boy, the next low looking left is about $7, so it's got about $1 to the next low. And here's the CLSD, guys. You know, it's funny. I was just watching this, winning the race here. CLSD, there's one. There's an example of how to use it, the race. Well, guys, MVST picking up steam here. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Team effort there, Real, on deleting those posts. I didn't boot them, not yet. I just deleted the posts. No idea. I mean, that was crazy. No, no, it was just out of the clear blue. You mean sissy? You see, you had me type in ISIS. You could halt, yes. Guys, CLSD on the move here. On the move. I saw this one in the pre-market. You know, it had a big move after hours yesterday. It's an earnings play. Just didn't think much of it, but you know, it's come from 183. Thank you, Zach. Did something I don't normally do, and you know what that was. Of course, you cost me about, I don't know, a dime because I typed in ISIS instead of sissy to begin with, so you cost me about a dime. Wow, boom, real boom now. Nice find here. Um, yeah, we are categorizing this not correctly, I guess. But it says they launched a new website or something. So this might be a completely different company, obviously, because as William says, this is not doesn't look like this has anything to do with seeds. This is tumor classification, diagnosis, etc., etc. So obviously, this is not in the nursery and tree production sector. I'm clearly not on mute. No, you're right. I had a big attack of the had to eat something. Usually I can hold off till noon my time, but I couldn't today. You know, even here, look at this on the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, I remember Zach talking about it, but look at this, 148, 520. So on the long side, up to almost $1. I didn't take it here. Man. So you don't get too many alerts in these guys, which is exactly what you want. Focus, focus, focus. So Wayne, one, I don't know what you're doing here. You're sort of screaming at us in caps. So meanwhile, this is, yeah, I mean, at this point, it was a dump briefly. Now another one, but it did pop up. Man, 635. I'm not in it anymore. I'm not in it on the short side either. All right, guys. GDRX again making a new. After that little pull up here, this is could be really interesting. Oh man, K-Web another new low. Wow. You know, in all this, the market is really not doing too much. Unless maybe I got to break this out a little bit more. Not really, no. I mean, it had a little pop, drop, so the market is not doing really too much right now. Boy, Joan popping. I haven't seen Joan for a long time. Not an earnings play. Oh man, meanwhile, Terra Wolf, another new high here. So two I'm having my eye on are Kirk to short and GDRX to short. I'm just keeping my eye on those two, Kirk and GDRX. We have 29 million for the float and Wolf, WULF. That's what we have. Yeah, below the low of the day. If it takes it out, probably I'll take that for GDRX. No, not on my side, William. You're okay. So a one and one. I don't know if you have to pay for a one and one. If you're just starting out, Wayne, I have no idea if you're just starting out with trade ideas. But if you are, then I would encourage you to, before you do anything, is take a look at my website, my homepage. Sorry, not my website. Okay, if you haven't done this already, click on the link, go to the education section. Okay, then take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, all right? Because they go over all the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. All the basic features. Now, if you're brand new to trading, remember, trade ideas is a scanner. That's what we do. Okay, we scan the market. If you're brand new to trading, though, and you're looking for some kind of I call it a course, if you will. This is all free. What it starts off with, what is a stock, okay? and this is put on by Michael Nossa, Trade Ideas. You can take a look at this if you're brand new to trading. I mean, if you're just starting out and you've got the program, you don't know anything about trading, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. Okay, I hate to say it like that. We're a scanner first and foremost. You have to have some kind of a, a basic understanding of reading charts and things like that. So I would start here, the back to basics. Now, if you've already done all that and you've taken a look at everything and you're still, wondering about what to do, I mean, we do have one-on-one, but I would, and it'll cost you, I don't know what the cost is anymore, but what I would do before I do that is just make sure you've exhausted everything else before you do that. And you got your wish, Zach. It's actually a better play on the way down. Yeah, and it's stacking up right now, 530, 530. I mean, I can change, of course, but what is the 159.04? So this is going to open at 204.04 if it's a 5-minute halt. I've got text to voice, and I don't know if anybody has text to voice, and what she's saying, it sounds like, oof. Well, it's hard to do. It sounds strange. The other thing you can do, yeah, Wayne, and we've got a simulator here that you can practice trading first. It uses our real-time data before you do anything. Commit money to the market. Practice trading first. GDRX doesn't look like it's going to. Oh well, I'll just put my alert down here and see if it takes it out later on. 1368. News yesterday. I know they had earnings here. Let's see. Oh, Goodrich. Oh, that's right. To buy VitaCare. Okay. $150 million, etc. Okay. If that's the news you're talking about. Boy, oh boy, this be interesting to see what happens Monday with these China stocks. What is the flip of Queb? I'm sure I could look it up, but if anybody knows. Well, I'm answering my own question. Forget it. So if the China stocks romp, then I just buy this as opposed to shorting this. Yeah, that was better on the short side. I didn't take it on the short side, but that was better on the short side, depending where you got it. And it was shortable also for me. How many shares? Yeah, quite a few shares. I'm not going to do it now. Let's see if this 450 holds. All right, here's a late one, guys. SMSI, not an all-time low, just showed up in the. Ooh, look at this though. Let's take a look here. What are the lows here? 275. So this just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It is super cheap though. Well, if I had any gumption, what a multi-month short this was, 92 to 24 for KWEB, and really just straight down, no giant green candle to wipe you out. Yeah, I saw that when the pre-market ISPO, just not shortable for us at Interactive. Well, yeah, at Interactive Brokers. I mean, just check out all the China stocks today. I mean, it's amazing. I can't remember a day like today where it had nothing, absolutely nothing meeting the filter requirements on the breaking up in volume. Can't remember any day like this. Everything's on the downside, even though, I mean, it's not like the market is being crushed today. But China, 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 China. Remember these, I'm not repeating myself, okay? I'm repeating myself saying China, but these are all different symbols. China, 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 China. Here's your trend, guys. China, 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 China in the 10-day daily breakdowns in that scan. All right, this one is moving, guys. SMSI. Not a China stock. Earnings. Disaster. Today's the day, I never, ever, ever, ever say chase, but I mean, today's the day you could have chased so many of these China stocks down. Okay, gone. Well, I haven't had to ban anybody for a while. We won last week, and I just banned somebody now. All right, guys, keep an eye on the MVST. I mean, it's below 8. It is a little bit of a pull up to 821. It came right back down. Below 8 again. Looking left, 719 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. I wish it were China, but it may be. It may be a China company just based on the founder. And the reason I say that is because of the AMCR, the same thing. It appears to be a U.S. company. Sorry, not AMCR, but ACMR, Jason. ACMR, again, appeared to be a U.S. company, but controlled by gentlemen out of China. And so I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know 100% if MVST is the same. But if it is, then, keep an eye on this one. The longer it just holds around that $8 mark, if it starts to fall, the next low, again, is down here, 716. Well, look at the CLSD from your scan. That was nice. Also, you had to wait just a little bit. Your scan hit it at 205. Watch it get up here. And then when it came back to 205, take the short, 188 now. Of course, just, GDS, I mean, just not an all-time low. I wish it were an all-time low. Then I would chase it. Right now, I would chase it if it were an all-time low. Next week, all these may be all-time lows. Well, it's a pretty loaded statement, Luke. What stocks are looking good? You're talking about on the long side, not too many. Many, many, many China plays on the downside. China stocks on the downside. But you're coming in towards the end of the day, so Man. Which one was that, William? What China stock was that one? Probably a while ago, but meanwhile, I mean, here's solar, another China stock on the way down. Man, JKS, what's the next low looking left? Two huge down days for most of these China stocks, guys. I just should have held my queb all day. Man, what a relaxing trade this would have turned out to be. Yeah, DD is probably. Yeah, I mean it's not bad. I mean, wow, actually it's excellent. I mean the alert was at 241 and it's 189 now on a percentage basis. Excellent. Yeah, just throw a dart. GDS, YY, JD, Billy, BILI. All right, let's see if this has a bit of a run in it. I didn't take very many shares. I'm just really testing this. HESM. I mentioned it has room in theory to this 3182 area. So all right, just watching this HESM. It's kind of right where I went long, just a little bit below where I went long. And if I don't get a quick pop, I'll get out and I may get back in, just like the one yesterday. I remember the one yesterday, I did the same thing and it ran. I thought it started with a Y. What are my thoughts in general about this bearish sentiment? Well, okay. I mean, I'm basically a day trader, intraday trader. I just trade what the market tells me. Okay, so I so consequently, I mean, I don't have long positions. I don't have long swing positions. In which case, I'd be terrified, I think. But so I really have no other thoughts. I mean, I wake up in the morning, turn on my computer, see what the market's doing, and trade it. If that makes sense. You're right. It was D. Well, how could it be DD? Because it's trading now. How could that be DD? Because I mean, it is. I sort of remember, but maybe it was a Dada. Because Dada was another one. No, Dada's still trading. I think. Let me check the date. Yeah, it is still trading. Okay, I took myself out of the HESM. I will watch it later. A little loss on it. I'll watch it later. The trigger was 3130. I didn't get in there. So I'll watch and see if it gets back over that level again. Okay, so we got a bit of a bottoming tail for K-Web, so that might mean that some of these, some, not all, but some of the China stocks might be putting in a minor bounce. putting in a little green candle here. So some of the China stocks may be putting in what I will call a very minor bounce. Because that's the first green bar in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 35, well, 30 minutes. And so you might see some China stocks starting to bounce just a little bit. Yeah, so look, yeah, so we're starting to get like very little bounces now, very little. So if you're in a China stock and you're still making money on it, just keep an eye on KWEB. Maybe put a chart and just see how KWEB is trading, okay? Yeah, I could have shorted, NTRA, I kept it. I don't do that, but well, and in fact, it just broke yesterday's low now. NTRA just broke yesterday's low. So again, for those of you who don't know, a hit piece came out on them by the Hindenburg. Drove the stock from 53 down to 26. Had a big recovery, 35. Had a decent day yesterday. Several brokerage firms on the day of the hit piece came out and defended it. Company defended it, defended themselves. But maybe falling on deaf ears now. Keep an eye on this KWEB, guys. I mean, again, the China stocks. This might be an opportunity to short them a little higher if this doesn't hold. If this just starts to fall, then that probably most of those China stocks are falling. Meanwhile, well, Diddy did not bounce at all. Diddy, no bounce. DIDI. On its way to. You know what? I got to look at this one. I see if I can dig up that IPO. Oops. Problem is, this is back in, let's see, 6 months ago. So sortable. I don't even see Diddy anymore. I'm going. Yeah, what I want to see though is who was behind it. I know it was at 15, but I wanted to see who was behind it because I know there were a ton of big guys behind it. Including, I'm pretty sure, Goldman Sachs, and we'll call it maybe JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. Like, there was a whole list of big name US brokerages behind this one. All right, 2:33, guys. Almost to the end of my little time on the mic. Though I guess I have kind of been staying to 3:30 anyway, but typically I'll put myself on mute at 3. Room will be open until 3:30. Chris will take over in our YouTube room, 3:30 to 4:30. There you go. Thank you, William. Yeah, that's what I thought. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan. Thank you. Advise this. Meanwhile, not a China stock. They don't all have to be China stocks, but EBIX. So this was an earnings play yesterday, and I'm sorry, the day before. Earnings play the day before. Great reaction. Even better yesterday. And now maybe some profit taking coming in. Well, Vicky will get offended unless I say hello, Vicky. So, hello, Vicky. Bonsoir. All right, guys, you can see that was a momentary blip here for GDS. When I say momentary blip up for GDS when KWeb was moving higher. However, look at KWeb now, guys. So this could have, just keep moving down. Look at KWeb now. Starting to give it up somewhat. Well, let's put it this way, Shady. For whatever method that really uses for Fibonacci, it seems to work well for him. So whether it's, as you say, an arbitrary range or whatever, it seems to work very well for him. So probably can leave it like that. Hey, Captain Kirk is starting to move down a little bit. Kirk is starting to move down a little bit. Had that little bit of a pull up here. It's not a China stock, but should make sure it's not. Nobody owns it. Okay, from China. Okay. Hessam round 2. No, I understand, Shady. I do understand having a discussion. I get it. Oh my goodness. Do we dare? Indo is on your bounce scanner, Zach, but boy, oh boy, that's a tough one. 25.25. So it did bounce a little bit, but man, that is a tough one with that float. Avoid. Okay. I agree. Yes, yes. Kirk, cap down, finally. Look, the alert was at 25.25. I don't know where you would have been able to get it, but all right, Hessam. Hey, listen, it worked, guys. It worked. Second time lucky. That was just like the one from yesterday. You take it, Zach? HASM? The alert was at 31.30, and so I took it, and then I took a small loss on it, waited to see if it would take out that 31.30 again. It did. Hop back in it. Just looking to see one more little pop, perhaps one more. This is the area that I thought would stall it around 31.78. Just stuck here right now. Just stuck. All right, I took some out. This is sort of scalp mode for me for the HESM, HASM. I'm afraid to look at Muln. And the answer is yikes, yes. Okay, so the next high looking left is 176. And the volume is pouring in. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Tons of shorts, 2.6 million. Let's take them all. All right, you missed it. You weren't listening to me then. Well, guys, this is what we're talking about right there. I know I took it just over. I took it about 31.40 the first time. 31.46 or so. Took a small loss on it. Watched it come down to this level here at 22. Waited to see if it was going to break 31.30 again. It did. And got it right about that 31.38, 31.39 area. And here we go. I mean, is it going to be an incredible play? Maybe not, but pays for that extra topping of pizza. 31.77 is an area that I thought it might stall. Yeah, if you can learn how to play bouncers and toppers, boy, I mean, there's you don't have too many to look at all day, and or just short China all day long. GDS, another leg down. Well, nice way to end the week. You guys are talking about Velon, not Elon, but Velon. 719. So it's got some room. I mean, 719 is the next high looking left. After that is 796. Low float situation, 3.2 million in the float. Came out of nowhere, really. Here's the other another China stock, guys. LEU. I mean, it's doing. Oh my goodness, it's doing the same thing. Oops, let me get the chart up. I am sorry, this is not a China stock. For whatever reason, it is just. It's an earnings play. That's right. This is an earnings play. Let's see what they do. Non-metallic metal mining. So let's take a look. Yeah, nuclear. Yeah, uranium. It is a uranium play. How's URA doing? The uranium ETF? Not much. Yeah, listen, your bounce scan is talking about GDS, but I don't know. Unless we can see a turn with KWEB, I'd be really shy about taking a bounce on any of these China plays. You know, right here. So again, there's KWEB right there. I'm just trying to ride HESM into the weekend sunset right here. And I do have a little bit of the Kirk, not much. It was more of a, I hate to say it, almost, well, I won't say it. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're getting this buy, buy, buy. That's my sound alert for GDS. But, you know, at what point? You know, the first one was at 2603. Now it's at 2569. You know, will it bounce at some point? Yeah, maybe. But I just think that there have to be easier plays. Well, nothing is easy about trading. Trying to, you know, step in front of a China stock that's just getting killed, along with many others. You know, the bounce may be very short-lived. I guess that's what I'm really trying to say. And here's Queb, KWEB. You know, they're another red bar. So right. Yes, William. It is saying bye, 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 goodbye. Adios. What a day. What a week. All right, guys. Well, before I sort of get myself muted, just one last recap of my homepage for the one person in the room that hasn't heard me talk about this. And I'm really excited to see what sort of daylight savings time is Saturday at 2 p.m. wherever you live. 2 p.m. in the morning, of course, or Sunday morning, 2 p.m. So, clicking on my link, this is what you will see. Let's make sure. Yeah. All right, we have 4 plans for you. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay? Big difference is the AI. This is what the AI looks like today. The curated version of the AI, okay? So they had the LZ and DocU. This was, at one point this was a lot better. Look to see, put a maximum here to show you what it would have been on the maximum basis. Anyway, that's what the AI looks like. You have an alert. You don't have to get in right at the time, and you have a stop. And standard, so this is let's call it 2,000, less the 15%, so that'll bring that down to 7,800. 1,000 less the 15%, that'll bring that down to 850. Okay, you don't have to go annual, you can go monthly if you want. 118, 228 less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. And at any point though, you want to upgrade from standard or from monthly to annual. We'll honor the 15%. So, check your emails Monday morning, guys. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's take a look at the last 2. Arch, of course, was fabulous. Still is, this was last week's, not this week's. The trigger was 118, and it's still hanging in there. I think CSIQ probably has given most of it up. Yeah, so the trigger was 31.44 or so. It got up to 38, so awesome. So I don't know what this week's, we don't know what next week's is going to be, but it's a free service. So if you click here, and it'll be sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is here. Big user guide. User guide is segmented, so you can take a look at the various areas. Okay, here's the stock racing. Full table of contents, searchable. Here's the table of contents. I would start off with the 20 introductory lessons. It takes what is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. Okay, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI. That's what I would do first. Daily support. So 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday, Chris Varley is there. So when I do close the main room down at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there for another hour of talking about trade ideas in the market. You can do so. Chris will be there. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. New to trading, please take a look at this great little series Michael Nas put together, Trade Ideas. It's all free. Starts off with what is a stock. And if you want my scans, you want my scans. Ones we've been talking about, Zach's bouncers and toppers, the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, we've got some great scans going here. So here they are. This is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down. I mean, these two really are the ones I pay attention to. That's what I look at in the pre-market. But I've had the same scan probably for 10 years. So, of course, a lot of information in these 2 sections. If you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Give me a moment. I see your question, Todd. Just give me a moment as I size the window back. No, there is not a trade idea scanner that shows analyst upgrades and downgrades. Okay, Todd? There's not. Meanwhile, BZ continues down, another China stock. All-time low. Now that one is an all-time low. Yeah, I do put analysts and upgrades and downgrades. If you come into if you come into the room at 9 o'clock Eastern time, at around 9:10, that's when I get my analysts and analyst upgrades and downgrades. I do put them in, but there's no alert. Listen, I mean, analyst upgrade and downgrade. To be honest, I think it'd be a useless alert. Unless the only thing I really look at for upgrades and downgrades, if I see one stock being either upgraded or downgraded by multiple analysts, then I'll take a look at it. Okay, I will take a look every now and then if Goldman is upgrading or downgrading something. I'll take a look at it, see what's happening. I remember one of the excellent downgrades that Goldman had. Which one was it? Well, it was months ago, but it was a fairly cheap stock too, and it just ran and ran and ran down. Anyway, yeah, sometimes, Todd, sometimes they can point you in the right direction, but I do it more for entertainment purposes because I've been doing it for a long, long time. And, I posted here are the upgrades, here are the downgrades, okay, as an example. I do it also because there are times where, somebody may have the stock already, maybe in a swing trade or, their portfolio. And so if I mention it and they don't know, okay, great. My stock got upgraded, or oops, my stock got downgraded. So that's why I do it. It's not so much that I use it for trading. All right, I am done, guys. I am all out of everything. I'm out of the Hessam, I'm out of the Kirk, and now I am just going to, what time is it now? 2:56. Yeah, so I'll put the announcement in. I'm here still, so I mean, if I have to hop on the mic, I will. Boy, it's so tempting just to take another one of these China stocks into the close, just ride it down. Okay, so at 3 o'clock, I'll put myself on mute. And just before I do close down the room at 3:30, I'll pop in, I'll put in the YouTube link. So again, if you want to head over to YouTube at 3:30 to 4:30 and listen to Chris, I'll put the link in, okay? If you haven't had enough. Ugly, look at NTRA. Man, this will be interesting next week too. I mean, it got down to 25 2 days ago, so can't wait for the next Hindenburg special. So Zach, for instance, does that sort of news come in that trader exchange? I do see it in IV, but it maybe a little bit later than if you get it in this trader exchange, because they're kind of gold. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess I should do the same. I don't know if they were in the teasing business, like Street Sweeper, or what's the other one? You know, where they sort of tease you the night before, saying we're coming out with a big lambasting of a company. All right, guys. I'll put myself on mute again. I'm here. If I have to get on the if I have to get on the mic, I will. But I'll just put myself on mute and maybe do a little trading on my own if I can. However, look at SM now. I'm out of it, but you're okay now. You're okay. Oops. Sorry, I just cut myself off. So
Alrighty, looks like, excuse me, video transfer is good and audio transfer is good. Perfect. So Friday, the Redux. Uh, I suspect some of you were here earlier when I took over for Andy at noon, subbing in for him again today. And sorry, just message Barry. So yeah, subbing in for Andy this afternoon. He's away on vacation. And we do this every day at 3:30. David, what's happening? Said good morning to you before. I said say good afternoon to you now. And I know with this stock racing, David, there could be like that little bit that gets lost or gets that's tough in the translation of messaging back and forth. So if I didn't answer anything well enough for you, or I wasn't clear about something from that conversation we had earlier, David, on the stock racing, let me know and I can try to better explain it to you here as well. Just let me know. Or if you have any other questions, of course. And of course, that obviously goes for anybody. I do this as an open forum Monday through Friday on market days here. So I don't, no pre-done content for myself here to share with you folks. Let you folks drive the content with your questions. As always, if I'm getting the silent treatment, I'm, going to do my darndest to keep you entertained. Barry's still here. I don't see Barry. Yeah, no Barry. So, anyways, my theme for the day from noon continued. I really haven't watched anything, to be honest with you. Just found myself in other tasks for the day. Just not much of a market day. I traded nothing today. There's nothing for me to trade today. Ooh, we're selling off here. Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain, David. So essentially, the way it works is the top list. The top 10 cars, or let's say for example you're racing 10 cars, the top 10 stocks on here, what are going to be your cars, okay? And that gets pulled in through the server sort slash the configure of the scan. So first you start with the configure of the scan, then you have the sort here. This is the server sort of the top list. All right, so whatever you happen to choose there, that's what's going to bring in the cars. And then the cars race based on whatever your race setup is. Now if you're selecting, so for example here, if you've selected sort on here and you selected server sort in here, it's going to start it based on where everything is in the server sort of the top list, versus if you set it to delta value, it's going to start the cars all equal. So for example, let's say that you had 10 cars and they were all based server sort on server sort, you'd have them unbalanced starting based on where they were on that change from close. If that, going back to if we're using that, versus the delta value says everything is starting even once we get to the race. Yes, exactly, David. That's exactly it. Yeah, no, yeah, David, I'm with you on the just wow stuff. Today's the first day, like nothing really jumped out at me with these two races that I have. These two races have been outstanding for a couple of months, and today was just there just wasn't anything there for me really actionable that I wanted to do. Um, and I kind of just stopped watching after a while today. This thing moved, throughout the day. This thing won a lot of races. It just never worked out for me today. There just wasn't anything that interested me. I was tired today, to be honest. My brain wasn't all there. And it felt like a dead day. It just didn't feel like action. I mean, look at the SPY today. I mean, we're not even going to um, get to an average volume of what am I looking for? Get to the average 10-day volume here at all. So interesting. I didn't catch this earlier, but I mean, it's now won 16 races. So obviously, it's been doing something for the whole day. Kind of sad I didn't see that earlier now. But even by noon, I don't know if that had won anything by noon. I don't really recall seeing that stock at all today. So no, yeah, I know. Especially once you start, like, you get into something and then you got to stop it and you never really pick up right where you left off. I get that. Um, it was one of the great things that happened to me when I made a transfer from where I used to work to working for Trade Ideas. It allowed me to have days always. So, my old profession, I had some days where I could sit in front of a screen all day, and some days I could not. So um, I I get where you're coming from with that there. So, anyways, that's that. TYLS, woof, fading all day. So I was talking actually last night. Anybody that was in the that might have caught the webinar that I filled in last night for Andy. There's going to run these topless as races with relative volume, but I guess today wasn't the day to do it. I did that today, and there's just nothing there for me. It wasn't really showing me anything. Of course, I kind of by like 10:15, I'll be honest, by 10:15 I could have fallen asleep in my chair. I was so tired. And then I had a long meeting after that with some support stuff here, and I just completely stopped paying attention to those races. So next week's another week, but I'm curious to run these races on relative volume instead of the change percent. I want to run these races with racing in different metrics. I want the top list to find me the stocks, but I want to race the stocks in different ways and see if that changes anything. Mess with some other stuff too. I might build another race or two to run next week. We'll see. The only other issue I had with running two more races was this. Um, 20 stocks here is plenty for me to watch. And now, while not all of them are moving, it's still 20 stocks to kind of keep an eye on. And then, as I set price alerts, there's nothing really for me to set price alerts today. Um, and so now all of a sudden I go from like 20 to 30 and 40 because, I'll hide I'll hide it, or I'll hide the Holly window behind that. It just kind of makes it like, I don't like having too much to watch at once. Too much to watch at once, I get lost. Yeah, spy the 420 area. That's exactly it. Nobody wants to be. It's funny. Nobody wants to be long, but nobody wants to be long-term short. Also, we're moving towards. I guess the Fed meeting is next week. It's what. Fed calendar. Where are you, Fed calendar? Yeah, so let's see. March. Yeah, so so on the 16th, 15th, 16th of the big days. So, we'll see what happens. If anybody wants a, Fed calendar, here you go. Share this out with you. You know where you can always keep an eye, David, is on the download page. Anytime we update the software, we put notes on there. So sorry, a message came into me. Opening a new link. So on the download page, right now we just have the production version out. But here you can find anything that's changed in here. So yeah, you find all that there. Sorry. We'll have these notes here for the on the download page always whenever there's anything added to the whenever we update the software, whatever will be added there, and they'll look nice like this now with the pictures and links and all that kind of stuff like that. So Market Explorer came in. Geez, Market Explorer's got to be out for like 6 months now, I guess, something like that. And Michael's always adding scans to that too, which is pretty great. I think the market will be overreacting Fed news. The market always overreacts to the Fed news. This is the rule. Whenever the Fed comes out with a decision, no matter how anticipated that decision is, the market will make a new high on the day, it'll make a new low on the day, and then it will decide a direction from there. And that's what the market always does. So, we're in kind of some unseen territory. The Fed's backed themselves into a corner from a macroeconomic view. Um, and they got to tame inflation. They have to get inflation under control, and the only way they can control inflation is by raising rates. And if they raise rates, they risk the market rolling over. So, but the market needs them to raise rates at the same time. So it's a dance, and I don't think anybody has a real clear picture of what will happen from that. To be honest, Peter. So I know for myself, I won't be. I haven't been swing trading basically at all for 3 weeks now, and I don't foresee that changing unless something changes, unless inflation becomes under control, and or this conflict over in Europe resolves itself in some manner that's not devastating. Yeah, that's exactly it here. There's a lot going on, and like I said, there's a lot of things going on in the sense that, if you, quite personally, I think there's a lot of unresolved stuff from this right here, and that's you know, all that money being printed, supply glut, labor issues. The list goes on and on and on, and I don't think people really considered the fact that we had, an unbelievable V recovery market wise, where really the world did not recover the same way that the market did. And, grind lower and it won't hurt. But, I also point this out too. Tail two different tapes. Look at the SPY, right? Look at that chart of the SPY. Look how much it climbed and then what the decline is. And look at this RSP chart. Much different picture. Much different picture. Not quite the same V recovery, same drop off, but not quite the same V recovery as this pulled back and kind of more was grinding through this area here to get back, all right, to those levels of February of 2020. And it was more of a slower grind up this way, and then we've been sideways basically ever since that in the RSP, representing the same 500 stocks, just not cap weighted. So, anyways, that's that. We haven't dove around the EFTs in a while here. Don't listen, EFT, ETFs, EFTs. I am tired. Holy cow! And I have a meeting after this. Who does meetings on Fridays at 4:30, right? So, oil, huge run up, capitulation, return to the mean. We'll see what that means in the next couple of days here. Natural gas just continuing to grind higher. I mean, we had this big move in the end of the summer and into the fall. Then natural gas really couldn't get out of its way for a while, and you had this big move up again, and then a big move right back down again, and a big move up again, and a big move down again, and now it's really starting to grind its way back up again here pretty well. So kind of interesting to watch there. And let's see, our fear index. Fear index kind of hanging around the same area right here. Let's see what this means here through here, if we can get above 30 and see some real volatility happen. And if anybody has questions, fire them away. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of go sector by sector for a moment here, and we'll take a stroll around the main streets. So your pharmaceuticals, weighing heavy now. 20-year bond, not very healthy. Regional banks are holding up. Regional banks are holding up. Doing all right so far through this. Interesting dividend here. Your utilities look pretty good here, actually, overall. Just that kind of steady grind up on that long-term trend. Very nice long-term trend. Kind of interesting to look at this run-up going into COVID. You know, it's a pretty solid run-up that year before. A lot of people were hedging something. Kind of interesting here. You know, the market had had a nice couple of years, so I think a lot of people, you know, put money to work elsewhere. And then, of course, you know, I think everybody knew something major was going to happen. So where you're going to go, utilities, if you got to put money to work. Your diamonds, I think we know what that kind of looks like already. Kind of bowing over. Definitely pressure under there. And financials overall showing some weakness now here. I mean, not exactly far off their all-time high, but not exactly looking strong either. Healthcare. Healthcare doesn't look terrible. Descending triangle that's happening there. You can draw that back to here. We'll see how that resolves itself. Industrials trying to hold through. If it wasn't for this, you could almost call this a descending triangle too, but more like that. But that kind of wipes it out there. So a lot of these all look the same here. Got a descending wedge. Materials. Oops, some of these are jumping around on me because they're shifting through the end of the day here. Energy, there's your bright spot. Energy, energy, energy. And interesting to note, you know, the areas that we've looked good. There's your XLU, you know, position and range for a year. And XLE, position and range for the year, right there. Right, and look at some of these other ones. I mean, oof, terrible. Not good here. Not good. Really bad. Now your transport, same thing. Got this kind of downward wedge right there. These are also setups that if anything were to turn, you know, they could do that real fast. And I think that's why so many people, especially, you know, your big technicians, are hesitant to get real short anything. Telecommunications, that looks pretty terrible. Rainbow of death. IYR, real estate, I'm trying to hang in there. Again, if anybody's got questions, fire them away. I'm just going to kind of go through this here. I'm not sure what else to do with us all in this lazy Friday afternoon. Interesting here. You got that line. Look at pop below it, pop back above it. A lot of these charts also start to represent, we've got a top and lower high after lower high. These are all shifting around. Stop shifting on me into the close. You can see the SPY really giving it up here too at the end of the day. Are we back below 420? Can't even see. Nope, we're about to be. I think, no, we almost touched it. What's the low on the candle? Tell me you're low, candle. I don't know. It won't tell me it's low. And look at these compare count numbers right now. Not looking good for the bulls again today. Little lift there. That's really spiking, and so is this. Really, really spiking. There we go. Now we're getting some release here in the last 3 minutes. Take a look, precious metals, where we're at. So SLV it's had a really nice move the last couple days, pulled back a little today. GLD, same thing. GDX, I don't imagine looks much different. REITs were pretty strong through the last couple of years. Nice steady grinder, trying to hold up to that level. You wonder, are we going to bow this way? Or are we going to bang our head here and head back down? Which one's it going to be? Home builders, man, they fell apart quick on us here. They came into the year really strong. Nope. Yep. And I don't think it's going to get any better for the home builders for a while now. Consumer staples, I think we'll continue to see that suffer with inflation so high. This is one I like to keep an eye on. And all right, so the MDY is mid cap trust here. It's equally even weighted, and just a real tail here. Look at that range, a whole year in a range, and it's trying to bust below that year's range now. Do we make a new range down here? So it's these bearish markets without any, real capitulation or violent selling, just this, grinding down, grinding down, grinding down. Work from the bottom up a little bit here now. So get the K-Web. Every week, literally every week, someone tells me China's turning around. Literally every week, China makes a new low from here on. So yeah, just real bad. I mean, in the top two, FXI. I mean, even worse than the K-Web at this point. This thing's really come undone now. And, it'll have to bounce at some point, but, when? I mean, I suspect next week it's got to get some sort of relief rally going. I mean, you can't just go down like that nonstop, right? Right, guys? I never asked about REITs in general. What do you think about them? I mean, I'd play REIT stocks. Other than that, I have no idea. I have no idea what to think about REITs. Excuse me. My evening scan, was showing a lot of REITs some time ago when REITs overall were looking pretty good. So let me find, where are you, REITs? There we go. So when we've seen some of these moves like this here, like this move in here and this move in here and this move in here, I was seeing a lot of REIT stocks coming through that and was watching them. I never really traded any of them. There are more things that I want to that I'd want to swing trade with, but I just wasn't. There's nothing there that I really liked enough to be holding positions that I felt like it was a good risk reward. So as far as REITs themselves go and the trusts and things like that, I'm not sure about those. I mean, I know people, invest in all those things like that, but I don't have any knowledge in that whatsoever. So if something's in a REIT and the REIT ETF is strong, it's intriguing to me. All the timing's got to be right, and I never had anything timing right with it. So and complement onto the REITs as your real estate fund. So let's go back. SOXX, the semiconductors, really, really not healthy looking right now. What a great run too. And I mean, it's not just that run right there. Let's look at this on a real long-term frame here. I mean, just such a strong trend for so long. I mean, really strong trend on a weekly chart. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, for those that wonder what a falling knife looks like, there you go. That's a falling knife. That's a falling knife. That's a falling knife. I don't even know what to call that thing. That's a falling knife. I like looking at these weekly charts. They really put things in perspective, where we are, where we've been, where we're going. I mean, cloud, that just looks sick. You know. So here you go. You have, here's COVID. You get this breakout after COVID and a, nice move up, and it's, about to give up almost everything it recovered after 2020. Uranium. This this looks much stronger to me. You've got this long term getting crushed for so long. I mean, this is going back to 2015. You got 2015 back here. And, you know, much nicer looking chart than some of the stuff we've seen here long term wise. Retail, not so much. Retail looks really bad. And I think, you start to see some of these, some of the policies here that have happened over the last few years. There's COVID, that big sell-off right there, and then we print nonstop money and start passing it out to everybody, and everybody's just running off spending, buying cars, clothes, shoes, vacations, whatever. And look at what retail did. I mean, look at that weekly chart of retail after COVID. Talk about crazy and parabolic. All right, and then we start to turn the money machine off, and that's what happens. And now we have the results of inflation of printing all that money. It doesn't come without consequence. You can't debase your currency like that and not expect something really bad to happen. Hopefully that's a lesson for people in MMT. For those that don't know, MMT is modern monetary theory. And it essentially just says just print money nonstop because it's not real, so you can do whatever you want with it. But it's just not the way. It's not the way it works. It's never worked that way in all of history. Another one here. Like a rocket out of a cannon after that. Have to imagine a big portion of that was Tesla. Well, I think in this environment, Michael, I'd say you got to be more nimble, less long-term stuff. Well, depending on what you're considering long-term. I mean, someone that's got a 30 or 40-year plan, and you're buying index funds and things like that. If you have a solid plan where you're just buying every month into them, then stick with that plan. There's no reason not to. As the market moves down right now, you're going to, lower your cost basis on that. And when it does turn and move back up, you're going to see the benefits of that. But, when you're talking about, what's your time frame? If your time frame is 3 weeks for long term, then yeah, maybe cash is a better place to be right now when you're looking at 3 week, 4 week, 5 week, 10 week positions, things like that. So it's, a lot of these things will be relative to what you're looking to do. MFI. Not that I'm aware of. Um, I don't know what's on the devs board right now for what comes next. Um, a lot of what comes is based on what we can do graphic wise as we continue to update things with the charts. Whoops, not 15 minutes. I think, what did Michael say? Something got added today. Williams R volume rate of change. Dollar volume got added today. So that just got added. I can't see how anybody wants to take anything home over the weekend. Yeah, Michael Anthony, it's going to be interesting to see the next two earnings seasons. Interesting here. Stuart Zimmerman, huh? But see, here's the thing with something like MFA for you, Michael. How far can it really fall? If things get bad, you're looking at falling a couple dollars. I don't know what this was all about. Oh, I guess COVID. That was COVID. Wow. Um, so if you have like a plan in it, a long-term plan, and you're adding to it between the dividend on a reinvest dividend and just buying into it on these dips, for a 10-year plan, odds are at the end of 10 years you're going to be well ahead of the curve. Now if this is something that you're looking at, 20 weeks, 30 weeks, 40 weeks, that might not exactly work. Um, MFI, you're looking at money flow index. Is that correct there? Yes, please. Yeah. And I just messaged Michael because he's kind of one of the people that's involved when we get new chart indicators. In a scan, that will be, for whatever reason, adding new filters for us is beyond a bear. To get that float turnover filter that finally had come in, it was insane how long it took and how much work it took. Okay, so I'm told that the indicator's essentially built, but the graphics, the tech for the graphics of it is what's holding it up right now. So we'll have it as a chart indicator at some time in the not too distant future, I can tell you that. Which is interesting because I was doing money flow index was one of the things in the CMT curriculum I had done recently. I found a lot of stuff really interesting. I don't know how much I'll ever apply to my trading. Um, I don't do any massive long-term trading. I'm not looking at stuff like that in that sense. But as I go forward longer, I've been doing it. There'll be longer term positions that I'll begin to take. I don't think this is the time to start. But when I feel the winds are changing towards a more bullish tape again, be looking at things like that. And what I think I'll be looking at a lot is because I like weekly charts very much. I've become really interested to play with ADX and RSI as indicators. I went into ADX the other day. I was talking about that, and what I like about ADX, it shows that the strength of a trend, not the direction of a trend. Where RSI shows the direction of the trend, or helps indicate the strength of um, the trend's actual direction as well. Obviously, up meaning an uptrend, down meaning a downtrend. Where ADX, just because it's going up doesn't mean the stock is going up or the market's going up. It just means the trend that it's currently in is stronger. Yeah, we have not as yeah, we have ADX as well both. We have two. We have ADX to scan on, and we have ADX as an indicator. ADX, average directional index, and then I don't know if we have it as an alert or is it a filter? I can't remember. Yeah, here we go. We have it as an indicator too, as a excuse me, as a filter. I don't know if we have it as. I don't even. You know, it's funny. I'm not even running one alert window right now. Oh, that's not true. I have this one here. Oh, this thing got destroyed the other day on me. Very sad. Um, configure ADX. Yeah, just as a filter, not an alert. Pretty interesting though. I like that. So this here scan, I've been running a back test, but more as a forward test since I created it in mid-December. And it was pretty steady. You know, every 60 days it was up in between $4,000 and $6,000 on the back test. You know, I don't know what that'll translate to in real world, but you know, it looked pretty good. And and then the other day happened. The eighth happened, and this happened. Just got slaughtered. And I actually, you know, I had no stop loss in this whatsoever. It was a time stop and a target were it. And I'll show you how bad it really was. I decided to stick a stop in there finally. So let me show you what it looked like without a stop. Movement risk management. So, you know, so many months that it was, you know, up real nice and then had one month, or, you know, had one set of data just completely wiped out by one bad day essentially. It was kind of sad. So, you know, this has basically been what the equity curve has been the entire time I've been running this back test since the middle of December. And here's a daily chart on it too. You know, not too bad. You know, but then this happened. So what are you gonna do? But you know, some nice, decent, nice days in here. These bigger days. And these are all without any real optimization. You know, I didn't really optimize this thing whatsoever. But that's what that looked like without a stop. And then I stuck a stop in today just to see what it looked like. Put a 3.5 stop on it. Oh, okay. But was it COVID related, Michael Anthony? The that big drop? I was curious because it was right around the COVID time, and so you know you can see the big difference here in those equity curves. You know, this has a stop, and that you know really protected what was going on there. So you know, for whatever it's worth, for back test purposes, you know, this thing is up since with the stop in there, anyways, since middle of December. It's up probably I don't know $10,000 or $11,000. It would be. Um, when I feel like we've turned the corner on this bearish tape, I'm gonna put it to work in an automated account. Okay, yeah. I mean, I was like, you know, when I was looking at the chart of it, it looked like it was then. So, you know, I might do at some point something more with trying to optimize it a little bit. But I mean, you know, if you could, I think anybody would be well to do if you could get one or two scans that were returning you, a few $1,000s every few months that, you know, safely you could automate while you were doing your manual trading. You know, wouldn't be too hurtful, but I mean, you could see what you know not having a stop here did to that average winners, average losers, and to that there, and to the projected returns here. So, like I said, you know, for all I know, I stick this into a real account and it does absolutely nothing. There's no way to know until I do it, but that won't be happening for now. And you know, look at the dailies here too. What a big difference this makes. And so, you know, interesting having that stop loss in here. You know, really affected how this whole thing was done. You know, still the best day was up around $1,000, but you know, you go from a worst day of almost 3,500 to about 1,000 on the worst day. So yeah, you have those 2 days kind of cancel each other out, and you've got these couple of big down days here, but then you've got these nice big up days here. So anyways, just interesting. Interesting. I mean, I've shared that scan a bunch of times, but here I'll share it again just in case anybody wants it. There's no secret sauce in it or anything weird or crazy or funky. I'll share it and then I'll go over it. Um, what I'm sharing is the back-tested version of this. Doesn't have a stop loss in it, so just keep that in mind. I wouldn't just go running and automating it. But this is the scan. Breaking resistance or crossed above resistance is the alert. No trading hours as the filter goes to it. Let's mess with that though. We got a couple of minutes before I wrap up. I have to run to a meeting. Whoops! Don't add defaults. I do have to run to a meeting in a couple of minutes. Column. So here you go. Stocks between $4 and $50 can't be more than 1/4% below the close. Relative volume of 5, have to trade 100,000 shares on the day. Can't be more than 85% above the low of today's range. So I want to catch things that are not at the top of today that have possibly pulled back. Daily RSI has got to be pretty strong just before overbought, and 1 to 5 day range of $1. There's no such thing as using it terrible. I mean, there's power users that are like far beyond what I'm doing. I just I'm sitting here with the software all the time, so I do things, and I was a subscriber to the software for several years before I came to work for Trade Ideas. So it's a video game to me. Trade Ideas. The money part isn't the video game, but the rest is a video game. So sorry. So I said, let's mess with this here. Let's go back trading hours. How many trading hours do we want to go back? Let's see. So 6.5 is a day, 12. Let's mess with it and go 18 trading hours and just see if that affects anything here. Curious. Whoop. Did something. Wow, that killed almost all the trades. 18 trades in just a couple of months. Interesting. Now let's go back. So 6, 18. Let's go back 42 hours. Woof, terrible. Terrible. How many trades was that though? 4 trades. Really interesting. Alright, now configure. Oops. And let's go back 4 hours. That's not what I wanted. That's Terrible. That was, a lot of what I did for a long time was I took, one of my favorite scans to this day. I don't use it anymore, but I still like the scan is Turbo Family Up from Jamie, and the other one is High Low Pro from Andy. Interesting how that changed so much on this, and how look how poor it back tests like that, and then you get these couple of days that it really took off, but it eliminated that really bad day right there. So interesting, just changing the filter on that ETRN. Did you say, Michael? ETRN. What'd you do after hours? Nah, no, it doesn't look like a whole lot. Nah, nothing really going on in the after hours. And you see the volume. There's no volume here right now. Oh, thanks, Terrico. Yeah, I like it too. I just have not been paying attention to it, so these races have completely stolen my focus, and I just haven't been comfortable putting anything to long term work right now, to be honest. Yeah, it's funny that you say that, Terrico, because there's been quite a big um, sorry, there was a gentleman that I know from a trading desk, and he went, solo. He left the firm that he worked for, so he didn't have to be pro anymore, and he wanted to do his own thing. And I showed him that scan, and he said, I kind of see how you use it as a swing scan. He's like, but I've been finding great day trade setups from it, and so it's cool to see people using the same thing just in different ways. I think it's pretty cool. Anyways, um, well, yeah, you could do that. There's a few ways you could do that. Come on. Um, so you could do like this. Sorry, my mouse is being all funky. I feel like the laser on it's like not working right or something. So what you could do is like in Brokerage Plus, you have all these strategies, or you could load a strategy here or something, and you can go like this, and you could trade off of this here. Now, I don't know if you could trade off the race. Can you trade off the race? No, but you could trade off the chart is what you could do instead. So you can come, click on whatever and then right click and trade and use a strategy that's in here. Or, obviously you can create one, right click, new strategy, and then you could set up whatever you wanted here, entry time and order details, risk management, hold time, all that stuff like that. So that would be the best way to do it. Not sure. My last communication about the races starting quicker was it's going to come down to 5 seconds, but Dan and Brad gave no timetable for that. Um, I think right now the next two big focuses are finishing up the charts in terms of making sure you guys all get the early extended data on the charts, and then the tick by tick data that's going to start to come through. And then I think you might see the topless stuff, because one of the things I think with the topless refresh being 30 seconds had to do with the way that the servers prior worked, which was, and the way the data flowed in, which is why we didn't have earlier pre-market data. And now that seems to be all sorted with the earlier pre-market data, I think that'll come pretty soon, actually, relatively soon. So maybe the next couple of months, I would say. So, holy cow, it's 4:30, everybody. I got to run Thank you all for popping in throughout the week and popping in today. Barry will be back here on Monday. He'll have this open at his normal 8 o'clock ish, give or take, and be on the mic and streaming and all that at 9. Monday you'll be back with Sean at noon Eastern, and then I'll be back here at 3:30. So thank you all again very kindly. You too, Terrical. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Hopefully you're all somewhere where the weather's going to be turning towards that spring-like weather for you here. So, all right. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.